Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the Red Pill Showdown. Michael Knowles versus Pearl Davis, Part 5. Hopefully the final part. Hopefully. We can only hope. The level of goofery on display from Michael Knowles has possibly been record-breaking. I'm going to have to go over this retroactively and implement the MindShock logical analysis system to actually see if he can approach Craig of Fight the Flat Earth or Michael Sartain in Dunning-Kruger championship caliber goofery. Because he might. It seems like he really might. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, hit the bell for notifications if you're not getting them. Just like and comment on more streams. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share. Facebook, Reddit, Patreon, Twitter. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's pick up right where we left off.
But I'll see guys that I never had. But I grew up in a Catholic community.
Though
that wasn't normal.
Because that technology didn't exist.
But now I'm
Oh man. We are back with Michael Knowles and his master class, his clinic in diversion fallacies. He's been putting on a clinic in how to execute diversion fallacies in this bad faith web he has spun. Nothing but red herrings, non sequiturs, and straw man fallacies here.
seeing, ex porn stars as preachers. You haven't seen that? Oh,
No.
Oh yeah.
At least they're ex-porn stars, better than current porn stars.
Thank God.
But people, but even that.
That's my point.
Look, St. Paul persecuted Christians, and then he was knocked off a horse on the road to Damascus, and became the apostle to the Gentiles. So,
wow. Again, this non sequitur spamming. He's like a master of non sequitur. I have to say, I'm actually growing impressed here. He's dropping the floor out on his own gophery consistently. This is impressive stuff from Michael Knowles. I really think by the end of this, it's possible he might be challenging Craig and Sartain for the crown.
people can change their lives. And I think that's something you're kind of downplaying here.
Wow, another gargantuan straw man. The subject isn't even who's changing when. The subject with men's pool of currently marriageable woman. Like this desperate straw manning and diversion. Wow. I have to say, I really have to say, I think he might be able to compete with Craig and Sartain for the Dunning-Kruger championship.
No, I'm not downplaying that people can change their lives. What I'm downplaying is that not downplaying. What I'm saying is that it's not really wise for men to date former sex workers, regardless of what they say.
Why not? Why not? I'm not saying it's ideal, but why not?
Because I think the best predictor of future behavior is...
Wait, hold on a second. This jumped around a whole bunch. YouTube's back to glitching. Hold on, let me see. It's not going in the right spot.
distinction here, which is that women are the weaker sex, so men bear greater responsibility. Eve eats the apple. Kids
I don't
is
say men.
vicious,
I don't say
and
men
getting
should
married is
sleep
very
around.
virtuous.
I don't say that men should sleep around.
But you
women.
say they shouldn't get married if you were to give advice, which you don't.
I say that men should be extremely too high of standard.
Risk in everything. But to your point, Pearl, you've said that look, you're not prescribing anything. You're just observing how things are, and the men don't want to get married. And right, I guess what I'm observing is that men still like women, even with all the kind of weird rainbow stuff. Men still like even about good and bad and right and wrong. Actually, you know, if he commits a lot of sins, he's going to just burn in hell for eternity. And a $200,000 student loan.
Regardless of how they got there, if a sin is a sin.
I don't like blaming everybody.
You are very likely to get bad information.
Making it a bit more
responsibility, and that my ability to exercise my will is conditioned by my environment.
Okay, I think we're back on track finally. Knowles was, again, just with all these straw man, false dichotomy, non sequitur fallacies. This is where we left off last time with part 4. Hopefully everybody's all caught up by now.
By the laws and the customs.
You think the environment's responsible for the choices you make?
No, that's not what I said. I said I'm a moral agent and I'm responsible for my
Okay, so you
actions,
are responsible.
But my free will, my ability to exercise my will, is conditioned by the laws and the customs and the community in which I live.
And what does that have anything to do with what percentage of women are marriageable or what the Bible clearly says to watch out for? I mean, just the level of gopher on display here. I mean, this is astounding.
Which is why it's not merely an individual question, but it's also a political question for human beings who are the political animal.
Well, that just sounds...
Human beings are the political animal? What? What? Hello, Christopher Allen, Sarah Catherine, Pinto Sack, and Kill the Bank in the house here. I mean, we're really going to try to finish this up here because, oh man, Knowles, I don't know how he can ever come back from this. This is crazy.
Sounds like a lot of words to me.
It is a lot of words.
That
I try to be.
That's making it a bit more complicated than it needs to be, from my point of view.
Yeah, I think it's just describing reality.
And no, I think
but it's not
I think reality is that you are responsible for the decisions you make. I think that's the best. You know.
Can you imagine if you put Michael Knowles like as somebody's attorney, like some mass murderer, child killer? It was the environment. I'm not saying the environment is responsible. I'm just saying humans are political animal. So this child serial killer, he's still marriageable. Somebody should still marry him because, you know, behavior's not static. I mean, these are his arguments. I mean, this is insane. Who could have thought that Michael Knowles would not only be completely decimated by Pearl, but reduced to making just arguments of utter goofery?
One thing I'm really grateful for, you know, in my...
How does one make a decision?
This is where I had to call it last time. Michael. I mean, this has possibly his biggest non sequitur. We're going to how people make decisions. Wow. Michael Knowles needs to go back to preschool.
I guess might help us to break through this impasse. How does one make a decision?
How does one, you weigh the pros and the cons and you make a decision?
Okay, so you weigh the pros and the cons is part of it, and then you make a decision. So making a decision is just an exercise of the will. I think you're close, but how does one?
He's talking about how she's close while he's stuttering and sputtering over his words. I pointed this out in every single part previous to this one where we haven't seen Michael Knowles stutter and sputter and humiliate himself like this in any other interview or debate. I mean, this is pretty much unless people can post some, I've never seen him be this completely decimated and reduced to nothingness.
CEO of decision making?
No, I'm just, I'm using my reason to, examine an aspect.
Look at him smiling and laughing. He couldn't even say he's using his reason with a straight face. I mean, look at this guy's face. He couldn't even get that out. He couldn't even get out, I'm using my logic and reason or whatever. He couldn't even say that with a straight face. Man, his body language and micro expressions have totally betrayed the lying charlatan that he is, doing the devil's work here in his interview with Pearl Davis.
Of human nature.
Mhm.
How does one know the pros and the cons?
Does it have anything to do with what percentage of women are marriageable? Or, I mean, do you really, how much pros and cons do you need to weigh when examining a contract that someone is proposing that you sign that the other party is benefiting from breaking? I mean, with this level of simplicity, I mean, even the most mentally disabled of goofs should be able to grasp this, but Michael Knowles can't. He has to make a whole production of demagogue around all of this.
I mean, it depends what decision, but okay.
But just in general, how does one know pros? How does one know cons?
Let's take abortion. Can
Yeah.
I use an example? Is that allowed?
Please.
All right, abortion. You get pregnant. You Google abortions, then you can decide. And you can weigh the pros and the cons.
So Google is one way. The way that you so what we've just concluded is the way that you exercise.
I used it as an example of one way.
I mean, look at this intentional straw manning. Like, does anybody think Knowles isn't faking here?
No, I think what you've said is right.
Okay.
But what we have agreed upon now is that the way that one exercises free will, that is to decides on a course of action, is one tries to know something, right? And then one, with the knowledge that they've arrived at, exercises their will in accordance with that knowledge, and that is what we call a free choice. And the example you used is perfect, because if you Google something, knowing that Google is like the worst leftist company ever in the history of the world.
Wow, another non sequitur and false dichotomy, because it could be the worst company ever, but to not fall for genetic logical fallacies, Google still comes up with correct information on a lot of things. Now, it censors a lot of things, but that doesn't mean you can't learn basics from Google. Arithmetic, English grammar, certain basics you can learn. But already he's spinning his web of lies and deceit as he's spewing his fallacies to do the devil's work here. I mean, this is crazy.
You are very likely to get bad information,
No,
which is what people.
I totally did it because I was tired. I was tired of the simping. I was really tired of it. Because I kept hearing people blaming the men for women's decision making when it came to abortion, and so I Googled.
Oh, you're saying Google gives you good information?
I would say no. Google, the top thing when it's that you put inside.
Google gives you information, both good and bad. I mean, just the level of gophery here. I mean, Michael Knowles' ability to constantly drop the floor out on his own idiocy, I mean, it is kind of impressive. I mean, I have to say, it's kind of impressive. I mean, how many times can someone drop the floor out? I mean, Craig, maybe there's no limit, but with, other than Craig, I mean, how many times?
Side effects of abortion are depression, anxiety,
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think you're responsible for your choices.
But okay, but in principle, you just came to a really important aspect of free will, which is that free will is at least in principle. Even if I don't like Google, you like Google, but let's put that aside.
Well,
who likes what's not even relevant. I mean, again, just this constant stack of straw man fallacies, just this constant stack. Liking it has nothing to do with anything because it gives you both so-called good and bad information. It gives you all information except for whatever is censors, but there's both accurate and inaccurate information regardless of what one likes. And so again, what we can take away here from Knowles' performance, I mean, he's arguing exactly like one of these clueless, woke, regressive goofs. It's all about the feelings, the emotions. Let's just abandon all logic and reason. I mean, that's the level Knowles has descended to here. Just utterly decimated by Pearl Davis.
It actually
Bing's
doesn't matter.
a little bit better.
Bing might be better. Ask
Yeah.
Jeeves. But you said you've come to the correct conclusion, which is that free will is the ability to do something is predicated on willing something, and that is predicated on knowledge. Now, what I am saying, the reason why I'm saying that your social environment and your education has some bearing on how you can exercise your free will is that when people are fed a bunch of BS as knowledge
Like everything Michael Knowles is saying in this interview.
by the schools, by the media,
By Michael Knowles.
by Hollywood, by
Who's the-
everything,
who's the
then that
media
is, let me
for?
just finish my point.
Okay.
Then when your knowledge base that you are, the intellectual aspect that you're basing your free action on is compromised and false, then you are going to will based on a lie, and your very ability to act in a rational way is going to be compromised by your experience in your environment.
So he's also proving Pearl's point even further on all the men that have been hoodwinked by society and gaslit into thinking they have to get married no matter what. So Knowles is so utterly clueless here, he doesn't even realize he's actually supporting Pearl's point here. Or maybe he does. Who knows what his goals are here in this Illuminati humiliation ritual that is Michael Knowles humiliating himself here. I mean, literally the worst performance in his entire life that I'm aware of. Again, maybe there's a worse one, and anybody can feel free to post links. But I mean, he's doing probably even worse performance than most of the college woke goofs that he destroys on college campuses. I mean, this is insane. And does he have a total lack of awareness that he can't grasp this? Or is he perfectly aware and he's just perfectly happy to do the bidding of his handlers through this humiliation ritual to reach greater heights of fame and fortune as he pursues materialism while being a complete charlatan and pretending he actually follows the Bible?
But you are still responsible for the decisions that you make, and that's my point. I don't like.
She left the goof speechless. He made the hand gesture, and the goof couldn't even come up with a fallacy to spew. Man, Pearl is just dunking on this fool. I mean, it's just dunk after dunk. Does he even know what's going on, though? Again, he has to know what's going on here. She left the goof speech. When can anybody remember Michael Knowles being left speechless? Usually he's got some kind of comeback, relevant or not. I mean, she left the goof utterly speechless here. Because, I mean, how silly is it to defend as if saying that there's some kind of parody and it's really easy to find a marriageable woman, like he was talking about parody, again, completely ignoring all these different Bible passages and the wisdom of the Bible. Pinto Sack, I will be doing a retroactive counter here on all the fallacies and dingers that, I mean, Knowles has again dropped the floor out on his own goofery so many times here. I really think he might be able to compete with Craig and Sartain. I'm not sure. We'd have to implement the system. But just, the countless hours here that it took to dissect the goofery alone is giving us an indication of how extreme it is.
I just don't like excuses. I don't like blaming everybody.
Because think how dumb it is for Knowles to just start blaming society next to some child serial killer. Like, if a woman killed, like, a whole bunch of children, it's like, well, maybe she's still married, and she's shooting up in the street, and, maybe she can't even speak a language. She's mentally gone. Maybe should men still get married to her? According to him, it might not be a deal breaker because behavior is static. Now, obviously, he's going to straw man and red herring and non sequitur spam, but obviously her soul is not beyond saving. I mean, only God's going to be the judge of that. Obviously, any human can get redemption according to the Bible. So, in terms of her soul being saved, obviously that's still a possibility. But does that have anything to do with a man looking to get married picking her? And for whatever reason, Knowles can't summon the basic mental capacity required to understand that basic point. No matter how many times Pearl decimates him, he's either not getting it or he's playing stupid. Probably playing stupid, but who knows?
I just
think,
wonder if
I think that women.
You just.
I think you're overcomplicating it a little bit.
No,
from my point of view.
I think I am articulating what you said,
Mhm.
which was true actually, but then you reached a non sequitur conclusion.
Oh, wow. His psychological projection is on point. He's been spamming nothing but non sequiturs. And now he's projecting that onto Pearl. Okay, so now we firmly know he knows what's going on. He's being intentionally a snake with his devil's tongue. I mean, clearly. Because the subject was what percentage of women are marriageable, and Knowles is the one talking about how society has some kind of influence on people's decisions, which is true, but has nothing to do with Pearl's main point about marriage. So he's been the king of non sequiturs here, and now he's accusing her of it. I mean, Michael Knowles is impressive. I mean, the way that he's able to sink lower and lower, both in terms of integrity and just flat out goofery, is quite impressive.
Which is, you said, actually, yeah, our environment does kind of.
I didn't say it doesn't. I don't say it doesn't
choices.
play an effect. I'm saying that you're responsible for the choices you make.
I mean, how crazy is it that they're even having this long, extended, convoluted discussion that people have agency and are responsible for their decisions? Like, the fact that Knowles is trying to spin out of this somehow, that people aren't responsible for the decision, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just absolutely stunning. And her patience with him is actually quite admirable.
And
Ultimately, that's necessarily true.
yeah, that's my point. And so when you're constantly blaming everybody else for the decisions that you make, and I see that a lot with women. I see it's the government's fault, it's your school system's fault, even though, I mean, really, the school system's run by women.
Yeah, well,
teachers are mostly women.
Yeah, I mean, I get sure. Ultimately, the country.
Yeah, the media. Women make
Joe
80.
Biden,
Women make 80% of consumer buying decisions. So the media is catering to women.
Yeah, sure. I'm not denying any of.
Yeah.
I'm not really denying any of these
While he's being a contrarian for hours on end, while saying he's not denying anything.
things. I'm confused because we seem to have arrived at this. You seem to be contradicting yourself, but
another projection point. Where has Pearl ever contradicted herself? She asked what percentage of women were marriageable. Knowles ducked and dodged like crazy, and she's been consistent every step of the way. People are responsible for their own decisions, and men should be cautious, as the Bible says, regarding women in marriage. You know, kind of common sense. Why would you enter a contract with someone where they're going to benefit from breaking the contract? I mean, none of this is rocket science. She's been very concise, succinct, and consistent, whereas he's been the complete opposite, and now I guess that's the last card he has to play, the projection card. He hasn't really played the projection card before during his previous humiliation here for hours on end. So now we've arrived at projection. So we have to give another Dunning-Kruger point to Michael Knowles here, because he's being very diverse in his goofery now. Before, it was mostly diversion fallacy. Now, he's continued to projection. Very interesting. This definitely should be a case study. I forgot who in the chat mentioned that in the last episode, but this definitely should be a case study.
Where am I contradicting?
By acknowledging that.
Look at the goof's face. He got called out on his projection. Look at that micro smile and the shade. Like he knows she just caught him. Like, where is she he's sputtering and stuff. He's trying to come up with something. And he's pretty quick mentally, like pretty much everywhere except this interview. So like you could see the wheels spinning in desperation. Look at the goof's face.
The ways that we get knowledge.
She contradicted herself in the ways which we get knowledge? What? No, she didn't. She just said, look up knowledge, make a decision. She never contradicted anything about the ways people get knowledge. What? Oh, man, this is tough. I think we should do a poll on whether or not we're going to be able to finish this in just one more part, or we're going to need another one or two. I mean, Knowles' gopher is just, he's really going to be incompetent. Like, I was doubtful, but it seems like he really is going to come for that Dunning-Kruger crown.
Will affect the way that we can exercise our free will. But then saying that the ways that
she didn't actually say that things don't affect the way free will is exercised. She actually agreed with him there. She just said ultimately you're still responsible for your own knowledge, even if there's other influence. Now he's pretending she didn't say that.
We get knowledge, which are by definition environmental, don't actually affect our
But you can
exercise
also
of
get
our-
knowledge
Now, she clearly said that there is an effect, but that doesn't remove the responsibility. So now he's just flat out lying about what she said in this straw man and false premise now, a clear false premise in his spinning of psychological projection. She really just needs to be more aggressive here. She's being way too nice to this deceptive charlatan.
through life experience and like watching people that are
Right,
older
but you don't
than
experience life alone. You experience life in community.
I mean, he's really just trying to hit every single contrarian point he can. Because that's an incredible non sequitur. Because yes, you experience life with other people unless you live alone in Alaska in a cabin somewhere, right? Or Canada, or somewhere, somewhere you live. People, there are hermits out there. I mean, obviously, I guess Knowles might not know about them. But even if you're talking about within society, it's still your experience, which was her point. But this guy, I mean, again, this is a clinic in diversion fallacy.
Which is my point.
Yeah, well, my point, I'm not trying to overcomplicate this, is just that women are
I think we're
responsible.
undercomplicating it.
He thinks we're undercomplicating what percentage of women are married, because the point isn't even about why, whatever the percentage of marriageable, why that is. Because notice how that was never even addressed. So he had to spin this. I mean, the level of diversion fallacy, it's like this intricate web of diversion fallacy where he built a house of cards within the diversion fallacy web. And then he's saying even that is not complicated enough. So I think this really sums everything up. Like, he's got no point, he knows it, so he has to pretend that it needs to be even more complicated to make him look not like a complete moron, even though that's what he just made himself look like. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, I'm really curious as to how many super dingers Knowles has committed here, because it's been quite a few. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Craig and Sartain are still ahead of him, but I think he really might be going for the bronze, at least. I think he might.
Well,
which is why you've reached an erroneous conclusion.
No,
Now, what erroneous conclusion did she reach? That men should be careful because there might not be that many marriageable women out there? Is that the erroneous? Like, I would have asked her, if I were her, I would have asked him to clarify which erroneous conclusion, because I'm not even sure he would know which erroneous conclusion he's even referring to, because he's just kind of talking just to talk now, to try to not look as dumb as he made himself look.
I think that women were responsible for the choices that we make, and I'm
You
just
have
not
said
really
that.
into. I'm really
Wait, so he doesn't agree? So he's just that much of a misogynist? He thinks women are too dumb to be responsible for the choices they make? That's kind of messed up. Look at the glee on this goof's face. He's really happy that she said that women are responsible for the choices they make, even though he's specifically not agreeing here. I mean, this is crazy. Let's zoom in here. Look at the glee on this scum's face. Look at the glee here. And again, let's not forget, he had the same glee when he was talking about his friends or good friends that got demolished in divorce court and can't see their children. He was laughing about it. Then, let's not forget how hard he was laughing when he said men use women for sex. Did you guys remember that from the last one or two parts? He had sheer glee on his face. So this guy must hate both men and women. I mean, look at the glee on this scum's face. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this guy's like anti-human. I mean, the devil really seems to be using him as an instrument, using this charlatan as an instrument.
not into it.
He just can't hide it. He can't hide it.
I'm just not into it. Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, what you're trying to get at is to say, regardless of how they got there, if a sin is a sin, if it's still sin, regardless if the culture tells you it's okay to do, at the end of the day, it's still sin. You still have to answer.
You know what's crazy? I don't know who Pearl's producer is. Is he even a Christian? Is he just a random guy with at least, a basic comprehension of the Bible, which either Knowles doesn't have or pretending not to have while he's being a charlatan here? Like, does it really need to be said that a sin is a sin? I mean, wow. I mean, this is really weird.
So
I mean, Knowles is clearly very feminine. I mean, that's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
So what our friend Glenn has mentioned here off
Yeah.
camera is he made the point, and
Look at how he's stuttering here. Like, I've never seen Knowles like this anywhere else. Like, he knows he's getting wrecked.
apt point for this discussion, which is that a sin is a sin, whether you want to do it or not. But that actually is not the traditional teaching of the church. There are certain Protestant denominations that say that that's true. But the traditional teaching of the church, still the teaching of Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodoxy, is that there are different types of sin.
Wow, talk about non sequiturs. Talk about diversion fallacy. Like, wow, this is a master clinic in diversion fallacy. So he's misrepresenting everything and saying the complete opposite. Like, for example, now again, I'm not a biblical scholar by any stretch. And if there is one in the chat, I'm pretty sure on this. So, for example, if you confess your sin, whereas if you pretend it's not a sin, and it's okay simply because society said so, that doesn't absolve you of it. That will not save your soul. So if you do not take accountability, which is what Pearl's talking about, like, how can you confess your sin if you don't think it's a sin? Like, if you think it's good to kill people, whatever, your soul's not going to be saved. So, I mean, this level of just idiocy, I mean, we're talking about pure idiocy here now. I mean, we're talking about pure idiocy from Michael Knowles. Pinto Sack says, I don't even know WTF he's talking. He doesn't know what he's talking. He's just making stuff up at this point. Because this is basic Christianity. How can you confess a sin if you don't know that what you did was a sin? I mean, we're talking basics here. Like, even mentally disabled people can grasp this. And yet Michael Knowles does not appear to be able to grasp even the general basics of Christianity while claiming to be this devout Catholic. I mean, the level of deceit mixed with the goofery here. I mean, this is unique.
There's venial sin, and there is mortal sin. And what's the difference? The difference is that a mortal
Now again, he's spinning into these diversion fallacies and non sequiturs. Because it doesn't matter. That doesn't change what percentage of women are marriageable for men that are trying to get married. So, just the level of goofery here. So, venial sin, according to Catholicism and Lutheranism, a venial sin is a lesser sin that does not result in a complete separation from God and eternal damnation in hell, as an unrepented mortal sin would. So, again, this has nothing to do. I mean, he's the king of non sequiturs here, as he accurately psychologically projected and accused Pearl of committing a non sequitur and reaching erroneous conclusions, while he's the goof, spamming almost non-stop non sequiturs within his entire performance here, which can be summed up as a giant diversion fallacy. Because whether somebody's going to be damned to hell for telling a little white lie versus some kind of serial killer that's killing 100 children, that doesn't change what percentage of women are marriageable. That doesn't change the fact that it might not be intelligent into entering a contract where you invite the state into your contract that the other person benefits from by breaking. None of that has anything to do with venial sin versus mortal sin. But it's like he knows he's got nothing, so he just has to make up nonsense and non sequiturs to appear that he's not being completely demolished here. I mean, this level of annihilation, I mean, I'm not even sure I've seen this level of annihilation before.
Sin is committed with full knowledge and with your consent. So the
Do
reason
women not know they're getting rid of the dads in the home?
I think women are fed a bunch of lies.
Wow. Whoa. 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 So, well, she just completely destroyed him with that question, by the way, for if anybody was sleeping on that. So he's talking about, so obviously mortal sin, technically, it would be a sin for the woman to destroy the home and the sanctity of the marriage, other than in extreme cases. Obviously, the majority of divorces are not because the husband is beating on her and the kid. Obviously, a certain percentage are, and those are fully justifiable. But there's quite a few divorces that have not, that do not involve the husband engaging in physical violence against her or the child. Oh, man. So, yeah, here's the thing. So she kind of decimated him again with that question, because the women who, whatever, they're bored of their husband, they're getting divorced for that particular reason, whatever, emotional issue, something that they clearly admit that there was no physical abuse on her or the child. They clearly admit that that's not part of the equation. Obviously, they know that they're removing the father from the home. And look at how he has to spin to they're fed a bunch of lies. That doesn't change that they were aware of what they did. I mean, he is such a misogynist here. He's basically saying women are so dumb they don't even know what they're doing. I mean, he must really hate women and think that they're so stupid. I mean, and he accuses the red pill guys of doing that. The red pill guys don't do that. The red pill guys respect women enough to realize that, women are adults with free agency and they're responsible for their decisions just like men. Just like adult men, adult women, they're all responsible. But Knowles hates women so much, and of course men too, that he doesn't even respect women enough to think that they could have made a decision with knowledge, with some kind of basic level of understanding. He doesn't think that. He's immediately going to fed a bunch of lies. Like he's doing to everybody every time he's been opening his mouth this entire conversation.
By our modern liberal feminist culture. And it doesn't obviate the fact that what they're doing is often sinful, but it
Wow, often sinful, not always. Well, the level of cope here, I mean, also this goof, the amount of cope here, I mean, we could probably power an entire continent off the level of cope that Knowles is producing here.
It does create an important distinction. And the reason I really don't mean to be pedantic on this point, but this is like the fun.
Well, obviously he is. Freudian slip there, admitting what he is meaning to do, in addition to all the psychological projection.
Fundamental distinction between a liberal individualist worldview and a more conservative traditional.
Which has no relevancy. I mean, this is more of a red herring because there's a slight relevancy because Catholic women do get divorced less than non-Catholic, but they still divorce, and they still divorce for purely emotional or, non-physical abuse reasons. And he's completely dodging that with all of these non sequiturs and red herring fallacies, all part of this giant web of diversion fallacy. And now he's added quite a bit of projection as well.
Classical worldview is what free will is. And the liberals on the left and the right believe that freedom is the ability to do whatever you want whenever you want to do it. And the conservatives believe that freedom is doing what you ought to do.
Which, again, has absolutely nothing to do with 1% of women are marriageable, or that it might be logical to not enter a contract that you invite the state, the coldest of all cold monster, the number one killer of humans in history, invite the state into your home and into your contract that the other party benefits from breaking. Everything that Michael Knowles is talking about has nothing to do with it. Hey, Real Offended. Yeah, this series is crazy. This series, I mean, I was not expecting this from Knowles, and I actually am surprised by Pearl. I mean, obviously she's not this great intellectual, but she is mopping the floor with Michael Knowles like I don't believe anyone has ever done before. I don't think anybody's even come close to mopping the floor with Knowles, but she's doing it with ease. With ease. I mean, this is crazy.
So what sin are women not responsible for?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's got to be fake. I mean, this guy's a literal actor. This guy's a trained actor. So so now he's been so destroyed. I mean, he's going to these playbook. He's going through his playbook like he's desperately grasping for all these cards he hasn't yet played. When you're completely destroyed, simply ask, "What do you mean?" Like he clearly understood what she meant. He just spent a half an hour talking about sin and free will. And now all of a sudden, he doesn't know what topic they've been discussing for the past 30 minutes? And look at the group's face. He's clearly acting. He's pretending to be confused here.
Like what? I'm confused at your point. Like what sin are
Well, aren't we all? What point? What point is there?
women not responsible
I'm saying there's
for?
I'm saying that
So are you saying they're venal?
He's saying he can't answer the simple question because it's like he immediately sputters and spins. He doesn't give a direct answer because he knows she's got him cooked. I mean, she's got him complete. He's been roasting this entire time. I mean, this is crazy. Michael Knowles taken down by Pearl Davis, a random TikTok reactor turned YouTube commentator.
Venial sins?
I'm saying that there is a distinction between venial and mortal sin. And
Talk about pedantic. Wow. Talk about non sequitur.
Okay.
I'm suggesting that knowledge and consent to sin
Right.
are integral parts.
I'm just
And does that change the percentage of marriageable women? Because that's the main point. That's the whole subject of this discussion. And yet he can't stick to the subject to save his life.
trying to apply what you're saying to the analogy. So if women are choosing to get STDs, abortions, be single mothers,
yeah.
alienate children.
And they're full, I mean, obviously, even mentally disabled people are fully aware. I mean, obviously, the level of disability, but they're fully aware. I mean, who is not aware that you might get an STD from activity? I mean, is there someone not aware? Is there someone not aware you can get pregnant from having relations? I mean, what is Knowles trying to say? There's lack of knowledge and consent? Like, what is he trying to say here? Because he's failed at demonstrating any iota of not just logical comprehension, but logical back and forth, logical dialogue, consistent dialogue that wasn't non sequiturs. Because what sin is he saying women don't have the knowledge of? The only thing I can think of is if they don't believe the unborn are even human lives. I mean, maybe he can try to angle something into a certain percentage of women getting abortions, but that has nothing to do with the rest of it. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Just give me 1 second to tweak the mic real quick.
Children
I'm saying
from their
that
dads,
when
you know,
I'll tell you exactly what I'm saying.
where in this
No, I'll tell you
in this
exactly what-
process or
He just keeps saying, I'll tell you exactly, without actually saying it. Have we ever seen Michael Knowles this decimated and sputtering? I don't think we have. This is crazy.
are they
When women
sort of responsible?
when women have been
Not?
raised their whole lives, probably maybe by divorced parents, raised their whole lives to be told to pursue a career rather than family, to go on the birth control pill at age 12, to go to college and study some stupid nonsense and get a $200,000 student loan as a result of that.
Does that prevent them from knowing they might get an STD or they might get pregnant if they have relations? Does what? Like what? I mean, he really is consistent in his non sequiturs.
That there's no such thing as right and wrong. There's no such thing as virtue. You just got to go get your bag.
Well, that's a straw man false premise as well. I mean, everybody's taught right and wrong. I mean, they kind of just pretend it's not or do it anyway, and then there is an idealization of materialism and etc. But children are still taught right and wrong in general. Like, don't kill people, don't rob. So his straw manning and false premises here, in addition to the non sequitur, I mean, this is quite humiliating for Knowles.
And maybe you're going to end up on OnlyFans because you can make more money doing that than you can waitressing. When they're told that, for
Who's telling them that? Are the schools telling them that? Are the parents telling? Nobody's telling them that other than random influencers online, and they come to those conclusions on their own. Who's telling them that? That's like excusing men for being drug dealers or whatever, or criminals. because it happens, they see it in the media, but nobody's, can you imagine how dumb Michael Knowles is and not realizing how dumb he is? Because it's like if a man becomes a drug dealing gangbanger killing people, nobody told him that that was good in school or whatever. They did that anyway. Yes, it might have been glorified in the media, but nobody told them or lied to them and said that it was good or you should do it. But the level of goofery Knowles is intentionally spewing here, I mean, this is crazy. Again, I have to express my shock and awe on his ability to drop the floor out on his goofery. Because imagine if you just swap genders there and talking about guys being drug dealers and murdering gangbangers. And pretending that society told them that that was good or to do that. Just because a lot of them, a certain percentage, you know, a decently high percentage, end up being criminals, that doesn't mean that there was a culture pushing it. You know, teachers aren't telling children, you know, young girls to do, I mean, they're telling them to, do, you know, prioritize the career maybe. They're not telling them to go on OnlyFans or any of this, or, you know, to become adult content workers. They're not specifically telling them to do that. And he's kind of pretending they are to excuse it away. Like, what is his goal here other than to do the devil's work?
Their entire lives. It's not that they don't bear any moral responsibility, but it is greatly reduced compared to someone who has proper knowledge and the exercise of their will.
Oh, see, I've been on the
Wow, the misogyny's off the charts. Because I don't think he would say that for men who become drug dealers and gangbangers. Who thinks he would make the same argument for men who become drug dealer, gangbangers, and just, you know, evil criminals? Just because that happens to be on the media and in video games. Now, obviously, that could have an effect in their decisions, no doubt, no doubt. But would he say it greatly reduces responsibility? I mean, he's just this all-out misogynist.
other side of this.
What's the other side?
No, the other side is, it doesn't matter. No, because again, it's like you tell women these things, younger women, but women are going to do what they want to do.
I guess I'm just confused
anyways.
because previously you said that it's all different now because of the social conditions
Oh,
have changed. But now you're saying it
No,
doesn't
no,
actually
I'm saying
Well, aren't women told? Again, Michael Knowles just contradicted himself again. Because if women are pushed into careers and going high-level degrees, they're not, like, the opposite of that is OnlyFans. Like, the women that abandoned all of that in these high-paying careers because they can make more money through sex work that doesn't require any degrees or college or all this. So, again, the level of contradictory goofery that Knowles is spewing here, I mean, I'm not sure I've heard anybody spew this level of deceit. This level of deceit while being a complete charlatan. I mean, there's no good faith here to be found from Knowles.
Yeah, I'm saying there's more freedom. I'm saying there's more freedom for women to do what they want to do. And I think that when you have the
by
most
the liberal
freedom,
definition of freedom.
I think when you have the most choice, you see what people truly want to do. Not what they say they want to do, but what they choose to do.
And how do people come to their desires is the point.
I know.
Because, yeah, that's totally related on how they came to whatever desires they happen to have. Again, nothing to do with what percentage of women are marriageable.
We're going to go back to Google, huh?
No.
So I'm trying to
part of it
understand.
is through habit.
So
you know, if you get a guy who is a Hunter Biden, you get a
Okay.
guy who's like a drug addict, derelict,
Yeah.
right? And you put him in a room with a bunch of hookers and blow and a cello. And you say you can do whatever you want. You can go play Bach on the cello, or you can go hang out with the hookers and the blow. Hunter Biden or a guy like him probably not going to pick the cello. But if you go to a guy who's relatively
Holy non-congruent argument fallacy, Batman. Did that have any relation to anything? What? Now, if the guy is all about the blow and the hookers, perhaps he's not marriageable material, which is the whole point here. We're not talking about who's going to choose what or why. The question was the percentage of marriageable ones. So, I don't know, man. I don't know how much I could last. We might not be able to finish it in one more part in this part here.
upright and who has cultivated virtue and believes that actually, if he commits a lot of sins, he's going to just burn in hell for eternity, and he
But wait a second, what if he doesn't know it's sinful?
Loves God and everything, and you put him in the room with the hookers and the blow and the cello. I'm not saying 100 times out of 100 he's going to pick the cello, but a lot of times that guy's going to pick the cello. And so those two guys.
Why would he pick the cello, though? What if he doesn't like the cello? He could just walk out of the room. I mean, just the level of cluelessness here. Dave Scott in the house corrected me. It's not Batman, it's Batmam. Especially dealing with Knowles, it definitely would be Batmam and not Batman. Sphinx Bear here as well. I mean, this is a complete demolition. I mean, wow.
Have the same choice available to them, but their wills are inclined toward different things.
But you're still responsible for your sin.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm not really in the, I don't think coddling women helps us.
I don't think addressing social reality.
I think
making excuses, being misogynistic, and denying the free agency and responsibility of one particular gender is not social reality. I mean, wow. This guy's out there.
I think it's just a bunch of excuses. I think as a woman, I know women in the same environments that picked completely different things. So that's my opinion. You can disagree.
I wonder if Knowles also excuses all these young men just playing video games in their mom's basement full time, because that's society, right? That's just societal reality, right? They're not fully responsible. They're partially responsible, but not fully. So maybe they're still marriageable as well, right? I mean, just wow. I mean, this is crazy.
But I know women.
Right. People are
I know
different.
women. Yeah.
People are different. Oh man, Sphinx Bear says, so between this and the firing of Candace Owens, is the Daily Wire trying to blow itself up? I mean, I cannot believe that Knowles actually posted this. Again, we have to go back to the theory that this is Illuminati humiliation ritual.
I know women that, they're in the same family. One chose sex work or something similar. One chose to be a housewife. Same family.
Right. But if you're saying, like,
he keeps ignoring that point and just sputtering and stuttering. I should make a montage. I bet he's stuttering and sputtering for at least half of the entire time of this interview. I mean, he's done it more in this interview than in every single interview he's ever done, and every single debate he's ever done in his entire life.
The point you opened with, when you say, look, it's different for the younger than 30 women or whatever. It's total, because the social circumstances have changed. I agree with you. But then the thing that has changed is not the women and the nature of the women. The thing that has changed is the social circumstance.
False dichotomy again. Because I mean, is Knowles just this deceitful or this? Dave Scott says we need a sputters per minute. Oh man, you guys, man, this is gonna take me forever. I already have enough to. I thought this was gonna be a one-parter. We're on part 5, and honestly, I don't think I'm gonna finish it. Like, there's only so much goofer I can handle. I am a mere mortal. With Knowles dropping the floor out on just the level of goofery and bad faith, I mean, there's only so much longer I could last here.
And so the place you're placing the blame.
So he's that deficient. He thinks that it couldn't be the women, younger generation women changed, and society changed. It can't be both, according to Knowles. It can only be one, and he definitely is not going to put the blame on women because he has no respect for the female gender, I guess. He doesn't think that they have enough agency to be responsible for their decisions. Men can't, according to him, the men can, but the women can't. I mean, this is misogyny and sexism here, although I would say he still hates men, though. He still hates men, but he seems to respect men. He seems to hate both men and women, but he seems to respect men enough to think that they're responsible for their own decisions while women aren't. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, Michael Knowles has completely exposed himself here as a misogynist charlatan.
Even you, as you describe it, is in those changing laws and customs and norms, not on the nature of women.
That was totally not what she said. she was talking about the fraudulent nature of divorce courts and family court and men not being able to see their children. She wasn't talking about that's going to change men. That might incentivize. If the contract was made better, they might enter into. Like, it's like he intentionally missed every point.
No, I still think you're responsible.
Dave Scott says he's a typical self-loathing sociopath. You know what's crazy is, to me, it wasn't evident until this interview. I mean, maybe it was evident in other interviews, but I just didn't get that. Because in other interviews where he's destroying all these woke goofs, that, by the way, he's arguing as the woke goofs argue here, but in his college appearances and other debates, even with adults, non-college students, higher level intellectual people, it seems like he was arguing for the good of humanity and exposing complete, regressive policies and degenerate. He was exposing degeneracy, but here he does appear to be a typical self-loathing sociopath. I just haven't seen it in other interviews or appearances. Dave Scott, if you have, let me know which ones. That'd be kind of interesting to see if he's kind of always been like this, because I don't know.
But I don't think the laws are fair to men.
So you would, and you would change the laws, but you don't blame the laws for the problem. But you would change them anyway, because they're.
What? Wait, what? You don't blame the laws, but you would change. She clearly blamed them. She just wasn't saying that makes men not responsible for their actions, like he's claiming that women aren't fully responsible because of society. Oh man, this is kind of hard. His mental gymnastics here are kind of hard to keep up with. I mean, did anybody follow what he just said? Like, he just stacked straw man on straw man, then false dichotomy.
Well, if I can legally kill someone, should I?
It depends the circumstance.
I mean, wow, he's more of a contrarian than Joe Rogan. Okay, I have to say. Whoa, okay. Is Michael Knowles more of a contrarian than Joe Rogan? Because even Joe Rogan, in his contrarian goofery, he doesn't always go every second contrarian goofery. I mean, he has his streaks where he does a lot of it, but I don't know if he's ever gone full vegetable contrarian like Knowles did here. I mean, this is crazy.
But in general.
What's in general? I mean, if he's like threatening your family, perhaps.
That's in general? Is somebody threatening your family? That's the opposite of in general. That's a very specific... Okay, hold on a second. So Michael Knowles, he opened this up with not knowing what... He was confused on several basic terms, like sexism, even marriageable. What is marriageable? Now he doesn't know what the word general... She's talking about general, and he brought up a very specific non-general example. I mean, just... Wow. I do not believe Michael Knowles is genuinely mentally disabled. He's acting like he's mentally disabled, but it might all be part of humiliation ritual. So he's pretending he doesn't know what the word general means. Can anybody believe we've actually descended to this level? She says, in general, if it's legal to kill people, should you kill people? He said, what do you mean by in general? What if the person's threatening your family? Like a clear opposite of an in general. Like a super specific non-general example he's bringing up by asking her what she means by in general. Man, I'm getting exhausted here. Just the level of cope, mental gymnastics, and faking mental disability. I mean, wow. I mean, this might be the longest analysis series thus far. I mean, the Joe Rogan one, I think, was 5 parts. This is already part 5. I'm not going to finish this. I mean, the level of goofery is... Dave Scott said, we may need to see a tie your own shoes video from him as well. Can Michael Knowles tie his own shoes? I think he can. I think this is all just humiliation ritual.
Perhaps. If he's just, you don't like the cut of his jib, probably
Yeah,
not.
but you know what I'm asking.
Probably not. If you don't like the cut of, what did he say, of his jib? Is that what he said? Cut of your jib? It's like some kind of... Is that like a 17th century term for one's general appearance or personality? So he just said, if you don't like someone's appearance or personality, probably not. He didn't say it's not, you shouldn't kill them. Probably not. So in certain circumstances, if you don't like someone's look or personality, you should kill them, according to Michael Knowles. He said probably not. You probably shouldn't kill somebody if you just don't like their look or personality. Not definitely. You probably shouldn't kill them. I mean, can Michael Knowles make it any more obvious that he's being the devil's instrument here?
Okay.
I don't know what you're asking. Pearl,
He doesn't know what she's asking. She clearly just asked, if it's legal to kill people, should you kill people? He doesn't understand that question. I mean, he looks like he's acting here again, back to acting. Like, is anybody else exhausted of the cope, goofery, and mental gymnastics of Knowles? We haven't even been going that long, but man.
I promise you, I do not know what you're asking.
That's.
He promises her she doesn't know what she's asking when she asked one of the most basic moral questions in history. Should killing people randomly in general be okay? Whether it's legal or not. She said if it was legal. And he doesn't know what she's at. We're not talking about self-defense. We're talking about just the general rule of thumb. And he doesn't know what she's at. Now, when somebody's pretending to be this level of vegetable, why would anybody continue talking to them? I mean, is she getting paid for this? Like, does she have to stick around till the end?
What I'm saying is, like, just because you can do something, it doesn't mean you should.
I mean, the fact that she even has to explain this. I mean, how crazy is this? I mean, don't 4-year-olds learn this in preschool? You know, you could hit somebody, but it doesn't mean you should. You could steal someone's lunch. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. Pearl Davis is having to explain 4-year-old morality to Michael Knowles? I mean, how much further can we sink here? Can we sink further than this? I think I need to do a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's see what everybody thinks. Is it possible to sink further than this level of discussion on just because you can do something doesn't mean you should? That's the level we've sunk to. Zakem66 says, we have sunk low enough already. Everybody's voting that it's possible to sink further. I don't know how. But apparently 80%, it's 80% possible to sink further. I'll give it another minute. But, wow. This is crazy. 67% now. I mean, I'm not saying we can't sink lower. I'm just having trouble understanding how. But then again, I would have said the same thing a half hour ago. I mean, Knowles has skills in just dropping the floor out on goofery. Knowles is very skilled at dropping the floor out on goofery and bad faith. So we have 71% say it's possible to sink further. Wow. Let's see if we do. Let's see if the chat, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is a complete train wreck. It's like a train wreck psychological science experiment at this point.
It depends what the thing is.
Like, what's your, I'm really just confused.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. His response is, it depends what the thing is. The fact that he felt he had to say that. Because he can't even agree with her there. He's gone full vegetable contrarian. Like, he can't even agree with the statement, just because you can do something means you should. He has to respond with, it depends on what the thing is. Again, something that even a 3 or 4-year-old already knows and would take for granted, yet apparently Knowles feels the need to have to say that. Well, I guess the chat was right. We sunk lower. The chat was correct. Oh, man. Groupthink Skeptic says, sometimes they seem to intentionally use sophistry or act dumb only to fluster a superior opponent. It's a desperation tactic. I'm only playing the devil's advocate when they're called on it. Yeah, but I mean, this level, I mean, it's one thing to play devil's advocate. Like at the beginning, you could maybe argue that for certain points. At the point we're at now, where it depends on what the thing is, on like a 3 or 4-year-old argument, what preschoolers are learning. At a certain point, that tactic, I mean, it's just kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, obviously he's full desperation mode. He's got nothing left. He's used up his psychological projection cards. I mean, he's used up everything, and he's completely decimated here. On the other hand, if part of his assignment from his handlers was to increase the ante, to exponentially up the ante on the humiliation ritual, I mean, maybe he planned to do it this way. I don't know.
Confused at what your point is. So are women responsible for?
Everybody's confused. Well, he doesn't have a point. That's why Pearl's confused. I mean, he hasn't made a single legit point that wasn't backing up Pearl while pretending to argue with Pearl. So he went contrary. He went contrarian on his own contrarian. I mean, but other than that, I mean, what was the point of anything he said?
Their sin or they're not responsible.
I think culpability for sin is contingent on knowledge and free consent.
Okay.
So again, what percentage of adult women are not aware that they can get pregnant from relations? What percentage are not aware they can get an STD? What percentage are not aware of what they are doing when they're trying to take their husband's stuff and keep him from seeing their children? They're not aware that they're doing that? What is actually Noel's point here? He's got nothing, and he knows it. So he's, again, is he just acting out a humiliation ritual?
Which are
Depends.
depend upon, to a large degree, how one is educated. And the question of education is very important here.
Wow. Look at his smile. He can't even hide the level of diversion, fallacy, and non sequitur he's going. The level of education. So what level of education renders women unable to know about the existence of STDs? Like, is he saying only private school educated females know about STDs or getting pregnant or initiating a divorce, so they don't know that they're initiating a divorce while they're initiating the divorce if they didn't go to private school? Like, what is he saying here? Look at the smile creeping through, this snake's face. Well, Groupthink said he just said something that wasn't Catholic. He said people aren't responsible for their sin in certain circumstances, which is totally contrary to dogma. Well, everything he's been saying has been anti-Bible. That's why he's a charlatan and a deceiver. Dave Scott saying Duper's delight smiles. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like he's not legitimately mentally disabled. I mean, Craig might be. I mean, I don't know. Sartain I'm 50-50 on. But him, I don't think he's legitimately mentally disabled. It seems like he's acting and he does know what he's doing.
Here, because the begetting and education of children is the primary purpose of marriage, which is a natural institution. And so it seems to me that the idea that you are furthering and advocating, which cuts against the practice of marriage.
Wait, she said she specifically, explicitly stated that she wasn't against marriage, depending on the partner. She was just simply promoting understanding what you're getting into and understanding what percentage of women are marriageable, which the Bible also speaks on. The Bible speaks on a lot of pitfalls, in one's life. So complete straw man and false. I mean, this guy's just a blatant liar. I mean, where can we go from here?
Today unravels all of these things.
It doesn't cut against the practice of marriage. I advocate that the laws should change.
Right. And until the laws change,
men have to decide for themselves.
I think you're skirting the issue.
Wow, look at that. He went back to projections, skirting the issue. Is there any issue that Knowles didn't skirt? And he seems to have skirts on his mind. Is that left over from his college days of cross-dressing?
I think that men are tired of being told what to do by women. So I think every man has to decide. Do you disagree that every man should decide for himself what makes sense in his life?
I do. I think men ought to do what's right.
Okay. And you know what's right.
I hope I do. I hope I've cultivated my faculties of reason.
Look at the smile. Dave Scott, you're on point. Every time he talks about reason, you can see that smile creep through because he knows he's talking complete nonsense, illogical nonsense, and blatantly lying about everything. And the micro expressions do not lie.
And moral conscience.
I mean, look at that creep smile creeping through.
To such a degree that they can correspond with God's grace and basically lead me right. Yeah.
I mean, it almost sounds like.
Well, he also skirted the issue right there. Lead me right for his life. What about he's making a prescription that there's parity between men and women for marriage, and that apparently all these sinful women it's an obstacle to marry them, but not deal breaker.
You're playing God.
No, but I hope that I'm cooperating with God, and I'm a rational creature made in the
Wow. Clearly, he's not rational.
image and likeness of God,
Okay.
and that fact.
And everything he's been preaching has been in violation and against the Bible. He was so dumb in the last part. I mean, this is truly astounding. He intentionally took out of context, be fruitful and multiply, which was a specific direction by God to Adam and Eve and Noah and his sons, and he was trying to pretend that applied to all mankind. And even if it did, that has nothing to do with marriage. I mean, reproduction is not synonymous with marriage.
Is borne out in my reason, which is what
What reason?
we're supposedly here to do. And the fact, Pearl,
Well, he was right about that. They were supposedly here to do that, but all he did was spam diversion fallacies.
that you keep backing away from using our reason to come to certain judgments.
More psychological projection there. He's the only one that backed off any reason here.
About how men ought to behave and about
I think she's kind of in disbelief at how clueless he was, how clueless and bad faith. Like, the guy didn't even know what the word general meant. Like, he didn't know the argument that just because you can do something means you should. He was pretending not to understand preschool arguments. I think she was honestly a little surprised that he would drop the floor out on Goofery this many times and he would be this bad faith. Because I think she honestly thought he's kind of smart. Maybe he's at least going to understand. Like, I don't know if she was prepared for him pretending to not even understand basic words and not understand the argument. I think she might have thought that he would at least understand arguments small children can understand and then have some kind of rebuttals and maybe catch her on something. I think that's what she was expecting going in. And when he just went full vegetable on her, I think that caught her off a little bit.
good and bad and right and wrong seems to me a denial of what is basically the premise of any conversation, which is that we can know something about reality and come to conclusions about it. And I think you do come to those conclusions, but then you evade the responsibility for it by saying, I just tell men to do what they want.
Wait a second. How could she be evading responsibility if it's the culture and society responsible for all of what she's thinking? I mean, just the hypocrisy, too. I mean, he's like breaking the scale on hypocrisy as well. I mean, just the level of goofery here. But the psychological projection is pretty on point.
I think that facts don't care about your religion.
Well, you know what's crazy? He wasn't even talking. He got all his own supposed religious tenets wrong. I mean, he was wrong about every single Bible quotation. He was wrong about the word he used, natural, even in the context of Catholicism. I looked it all up. I went through the basic Catholic reference. He was completely wrong about all of the religious points as well. I mean, this is crazy.
So I think facts don't care about the way you feel about them.
What do you think a fact is?
I think that.
Wow. So now he's pretending not to know what a fact is. And look at how he's smiling about it. It's almost like he has some kind of S&M fetish for humiliation. It's like the more she's annihilating him, the more he's laughing about it. Like, he's not getting angry. Like, there's other goofs out there, like particularly in Flat Earth debate. When they get demolished, they get mad and triggered. He seems to laugh and enjoy being dismantled on every level. I mean, this is kind of weird. Then again, if this is a humiliation ritual and he understood the assignment, and he finds it funny that he's getting a kick. He has a fetish for this for being humiliated like this. I mean, that could explain all the laughing as well.
What do you think a fact is?
That women are paid to leave marriages. That's just a fact.
Oh, I thought you meant facts in general.
And so
Wait, what? Facts in general? What? I mean, this is crazy. Like, I've never seen someone intentionally go full vegetable like this.
you know, I mean that's just a fact.
Then again, if he's never been completely decimated and dismantled like this, perhaps he has no other copes. I mean, I don't know.
Fact, and the way you feel about it doesn't change the way it is.
Actually, the way that I feel, which I like to think I've arrived at that through reason, so I think it's tethered to something.
Wait, what? He thinks his feelings were arrived through reason? So does he not know the difference between emotions and logic? I mean, if that's true and he's not faking stupidity here, that would explain this whole interview. But it seems like he fully understands the difference between emotion and logic and reason. And because he utilizes that in his other appearances and discussions and debates and his demolishing of college students. Groupthink Skeptic says, I think he is feeding his Oedipus complex while she whips him with a hanger. Mila 101 in here. Look at MindShock covering the red pill community. Can you do an investigation on Kevin Samuel's mysterious death? I didn't realize it was mysterious. It was mysterious? Was that a number of years ago back now? He was kind of hilarious. I mean, he thrashed people. Was he red pill? I didn't know that he was red pill per se. I didn't even know that. I thought he was just kind of, I don't know, like a so-called controversial commentator. I didn't know that he was specific. Did he ever refer to himself as red pill? I don't know.
Thing, real. It does affect the way that I behave. And the way that I behave.
I mean, again, the non sequitur spamming. Like, how he behaves has nothing to do with what is or isn't a fact or what percentage of women are marriageable or the fact that, the laws in divorce, in family court. It has nothing to do with his behavior. I mean, what? Man, the chat was so on point on the vote, on the poll, on sinking further. I mean, we're still sinking even further here. I mean, we've gotten to the point where he's talking about his feelings and his actions having something to do with reality or, what's going on in divorce court.
Does, to some degree, affect the social circumstances in which we all live. So,
I mean, he's just talking pure nonsense now. His own feelings and behaviors affect the social circumstances in which we all live. Like, when goofs are completely destroyed and they know they have nothing, they always add useless words. Like, in society's circumstances that we all live, he could just say in society. It's obvious that we all live in society. So adding all those useless words to make it look like he's actually talking and making some kind of point when he's not, that's a very obvious tell here. I mean, he's been sunk for a while now. And I mean, this is crazy. I mean, is there a quota? Is there like a time quota he has to hit for humiliation ritual?
in a way, actually, a friend.
In a way, actually. Like, it affects the societal circumstances in which we all live. In a way, actually. Like, all those words mean absolutely nothing. He could have just said in society. In the social circumstances in which we all live. In a way, actually. I mean, this is insane. Like, the goof sputtering like this. I've never seen anything like this. This is really a case study.
Of mine says facts don't care about your feelings. But politics largely cares about your feelings. And your feelings are cultivated through.
Well, who's talking about politics? We were talking about facts. I mean, wow. He's definitely the non sequitur king. I mean, he's the non sequitur king. I've never seen anybody spam this amount of non sequiturs. He's diversion fallacy. He might not beat Craig or Sartain in total fallacies, although who knows. But he's definitely the king when it comes to diversion fallacy and non sequiturs.
Virtuous and vicious habits. And being selfish and sleeping around and not getting married and not having kids is vicious. And getting married is very virtuous.
I don't say that men should sleep around.
But you say they shouldn't get married.
How is getting married to a non-marriageable woman virtuous if it's going to destroy the man's life, the woman's life, and the children's lives that come as a result of a so-called bad marriage? How is it automatically virtuous? I mean, everything he's saying is anti-Bible, anti-Christianity, anti-logic, anti-reason. And he's so, again, this is all, I guess, agenda-driven humiliation ritual. So I guess he's fully aware? I don't know.
If you were to give advice, which you don't.
I say that men should be extremely cautious when getting married. I say they should vet women heavily. And if there are not enough wives, that might not be the way that they end up going.
I mean, look at the patience. She said that so many times throughout this whole debate, and Knowles spent hours talking about non sequiturs that have nothing to do with what she just said. And she's patiently repeating it again for this guy who's gone full vegetable. I mean, this is like the third or fourth time she said the same thing. And let's see if he actually addresses what she says, or he's going to spin non sequiturs again. Are we taking bets?
So what should they do then?
Wow. So is he not aware that falsification is independent of replacement? Well, serial killers are bad, but they exist in society. Well, like, serial killers are bad. Well, maybe we should have them around, because what else can we do then? I mean, the level of goofery here, it's just crazy.
It's so interesting. It's always back. It always goes back to that, like me telling them what to do. Every guy's got to decide for himself.
In Pearl World, which we were living in Pearl World earlier, then what would men do if they begged you for advice?
I would say go talk to a preacher, your pastor, a preacher,
I thought facts don't care about your religion.
or your father. Or look, I just don't. Again, I'm not in the business of telling men what to do, and that's
You've
just
mentioned
not,
But I think you kind of are.
How is observing that a small percentage of women might be marriageable, or the percentage of marriageable women is not that high, how is that observation advice? Advice would be, you got to really seek out those good ones to make sure you get married. Or advice would be, oh, well, everybody's whatever. Who cares? Get married anyway. It's something to do. Like, that would be advice. She clearly doesn't give the advice. She's making observations from the sidelines. She's not necessarily saying it's good or bad per se, or anybody should do anything. She's just making obvious observations, of which there are quite a few Bible passages saying the exact same thing she's saying.
Not really. Not really. I just don't think.
Do you have any?
Because it depends on the guy. How do because you would first ask, like, what their situation is. Every person has a different situation.
But every man we're talking about is a man, and there are some things that are common to men, like human nature. And marriage, being a natural institution, is something that is common to men throughout all of history.
But it's not.
No, it's not. What? Didn't the majority of men in history not get married, not even reproduce? I mean, let's look up the stats here. So only 40% of men, according to genetic research, only 40% of men have reproduced. I've seen lower numbers too, 30 to 35. So anyway, regardless of which numbers you're looking at, the minority of men have reproduced. So what percentage of men were married that didn't reproduce? Because throughout all of history, most marriages were done with the goal of having children. I mean, not having children and still getting married is kind of a new thing. So this total goof, all he's doing is spewing complete lies, false premises, all in bad faith. I mean, this is just absolute insanity here. I mean, this is really bizarre. And just because something is common, like you could say a lot of men have killed other men, just soldiers throughout history for over thousands of years, and it's natural to kill in war, that doesn't mean people should do what's natural just because it's natural. Appeal to nature, logical fallacy as well. And natural in the Catholic definition doesn't mean what he thinks it means either. It's the utilization of God-given reason to do what is good or moral. So if a woman isn't marriageable, it wouldn't be the utilization of what is natural or reason to marry her anyway. if you can't find a good one. It is not the utilization of logic and reason or natural to settle, for example, like if you live in a village, let's say you can't travel, and the only woman left is some kind of psychotic child murderer, that doesn't mean it would behoove the man to marry her and reproduce with her simply because there's no one else left. It might be better to not enter that situation. Now, that doesn't mean her soul is beyond saving. Obviously, only God can judge her soul and her salvation or redemption. That's up to her, between her and God. That has nothing to do with a man being obligated to marry her or supposedly following what is natural according to Knowles' hallucinations and delusions. And once again, I apologize, but I can't handle this anymore. We're going to have to take another break here, and we're going to have to hopefully be able to finish this up in part 6. But what this has illustrated is that Knowles has firmly cemented himself in the running for Dunning-Kruger championships. Hope everybody found another edition of the MindShock podcast interesting and informative in this logical analysis. You can help support the podcast, donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And this is the Red Pill Showdown, the logical analysis of Michael Knowles and Pearl Davis, part 6, hopefully. The final part. Hopefully the thrilling conclusion of one of the greatest annihilations in any debate ever. Pearl Davis absolutely demolishing the deceitful and fallacious Michael Knowles. When we're done, I will have to retroactively apply the MindShock logical analysis system because I think it's actually plausible that Knowles will be at least third behind Michael Sartain and Craig of Fight the Flat Earth for the Dunning-Kruger championships. I originally thought this was going to be a one-parter. I thought it would just be a general conversation. I didn't think he'd be racking up this many fallacy stacks. Yet super fallacies, super dingers even, of which he's had quite a few. So, yeah, we will continue to examine this train wreck in typical MindShock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the channel, help logic and reason to return to a world what is quickly going extinct, as Michael Knowles is demonstrating here, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or request. requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. I also posted a short on Michael Knowles versus Candace Owens, featuring, I think, Heracles' statement about Knowles being Candace Owens' kid's godfather. And a lot of Knowles fanboys got so triggered in the comments of that short. It was hilarious. I mean, the goofs were spiraling, hallucinating there was no evidence. Then, of course, I linked to all of these episodes, and then not a peep from anybody other than one triggered goof who couldn't stop spiraling about he's not going to actually look at the evidence. So he complained that, back it up. You have no evidence of his fallaciousness. And I posted, all these hours of evidence. And then his response was, I'm at work, not working, not going to look at these, but maybe. And then he just continued spiraling. It was so hilarious. Heracles says Knowles will medal. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because we don't have the counter up, but it's hard to believe. I mean, I think he exceeded on the old system, maybe not, because I don't know if it's that he has enough fallacies. Like Bryant Myers was spewing fallacies like nobody's business. But in terms of super fallacies or super dingers, I mean, even Bryant Myers, I don't remember him having that many super dingers. I mean, I did the calculations, was kind of funny, but again, keeping the rules in mind, even if we give him one super dinger for that, we can't give him the same super dinger. So yeah, Knowles will probably medal under the new system. He might even surprise us. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah, this is really crazy. So let's see what we can do here. And just a quick update on some of the other upcoming podcasts. I will probably drop one of the most mind-shocking podcasts yet. It will be a test to see if we get shut down on YouTube, because it will be on Hollywood Illuminati humiliation rituals specifically. I will be doing the deepest dive going across decades of these humiliation rituals, and for the coincidence theorists, I will try to really compare what is or isn't a humiliation ritual, because there could be some really sketchy scenes in movies, for example, or whatever, but I don't think they're all specific humiliation rituals. I think some of it is just people being dumb or trying to do something for shock value, but not specific humiliation ritual. And I think it's very important to make that clear distinction. Okay, so let's pick up right where we left off last time with Knowles versus Pearl Davis. Hopefully we had enough recovery time, and hopefully we'll be able to finally get through with it, because this is rough. This is one of the biggest train wreck debates ever.
But I'll see guys that take you guys' advice. And sometimes, of it, men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after divorce.
Yeah, divorce.
They're and it ruins men's lives every day.
But we don't that's not something we disagree on.
But sometimes it sounds like you guys downplay it.
Whoa, we got Lord Zed in the chat here. I watched Fast Getaway 1991 with Corey Haim with my parents, and is that the one with Cynthia Rothrock? It is, isn't it? It's the bank robbing family? Wow, that's a blast from the past. I actually might have watched that during the first time it was ever broadcast on TV. We got Justin Johnson in here, rewarding plenty a listener with some MindShock memberships. Justin Johnson great supporter of MINDSHOCK and Logic and Reason in general, of course. We got some of the usual suspects in the chat here, and as we again attempt to break this down.
By how
I don't think so. I just think you're denying that you're advising men to do anything. Even
Wow. Wow. Hey, Lord Zed, man, you're in good company here. I'm a big movie fan, and I've been watching movies for a long time. And I've seen quite a few of the 80s and 90s movies. It was just, yeah, no, I mean, especially a lot of the lower budget ones. There's actually a lot of huge budget blockbusters and plenty of Academy Award winning films I have not seen. Tons of them. But Fast Getaway, I believe there was a sequel too, if I am correct. If I am correct, Lord Zed, there might be a sequel. Let me double check that right now. The people that came here for Pearl vs. Knowles are going to be annoyed with this, but we have to know if there was a Fast Getaway 2. Indeed, there was. 1994. And wow, Corey Haim and Cynthia Rothrock both return, and they're on the cover. I think Corey Haim's got an Uzi on the cover. Oh, wow, okay. All right, let's get focused. All right, yeah, we got to do a podcast on Cynthia Rothrock. I mean, she's one of the most unsung heroes in action cinema. I mean, it's just a travesty how under-respected she is.
you're saying it would be a good strategy.
No.
Okay, so now here, Michael Knowles again hallucinating, strawmanning, intentional deception, trying to pretend like Pearl is denying her advice. She doesn't really give advice, though. She's kind of, I mean, other than be aware, her advice is kind of awareness. It's not to do or not do something. I mean, is this his only cope left now?
I don't tell men what to do. One man might find that Christian virgin chick.
Oh, Lord Zed, did you miss out? Pinto Sack, that Glass House was the previous live Q&A. We already went over it, and we actually have to do a Lily Sobieski part 2, because I've actually uncovered some really crazy stuff. And the next live Q&A will be The Hidden, is the homework assignment movie for the next live Q&A, 1987.
Sure.
In the middle of nowhere that goes to Latin Mass. One man might not find one close to him at all. I know someone that runs a matchmaking service for like Latin Mass.
Great.
No, they're having the same problems.
Wow. Let's see what Knowles' response is here. Because he looks a little confused here, because his cope, I mean, his fallacy stack, I mean, this has been a master class clinic in diversion fallacy. Because all Knowles has been spewing mostly diversion fallacies, of which he's been doing red herrings and a lot of non sequiturs, which he also accurately projected when he moved on to psychological projection in the last 1 or 2 parts of our analysis. So he was also cherry picking, and he was stacking the cherry picking, as if saying, oh, well, men wouldn't have trouble finding a wife if they just only focused on this religious group. And then, you know, the true religious of the religious, going the 1% of the 1%. Completely ignoring 99% of all humans. I mean, it's just kind of crazy, the level of goofery on display here. Now she's calling out even the 1% of the 1%. I mean, I didn't know it was possible to demolish Michael Knowles even further than Pearl already did. But it seems like he keeps dropping the floor out on his own goofery. And then she's actually upping the ante on the demolition as well. So be curious to see his response here.
And
his response was, Wow.
this is for the Latin community. I know someone that runs one. He tells me the same thing. There's too many men. There's not enough women in this specific one.
Yeah.
And the women are a bit too high of standards, a bit
There's a
delusional
great.
in what they have.
Have you ever been to the female
it's
delusion
like,
calculator?
Yeah. But my point is,
So wait, is he being contrarian to his own contrarian now? Like, so she's explaining that this 1% of the 1% of these Latin Mass Catholics, whatever, that Knowles has stacked his cherry picking fallacies with. She's explaining that even these experts in dating or whatever, dating service people, they're having the same issues in the 1% of the 1%. And he asked her if she heard of the female delusion calculator. I don't know if that's the cat bag calculator that they did those viral clips with. I don't know if that's the same one or not, but yeah, so what is he doing here? He's playing contrarian to his own contrarian, proving her point further while still arguing with her on every point. I mean, this is crazy stuff.
So you're going into the churches, you're finding the same problems outside of the churches. Maybe some of them are a little slower.
Yeah.
Some of them are a little slower to hit, right? Like Latin Mass, I would say, is one of the better ones,
Yeah.
but there's still a record number of annulments. We still see more liberal
Again,
things.
not among the trads, but in the Catholic Church broadly, the annulments have gone up. That's true.
Correct. And so my point is, it's going to be.
He can't even stop interrupting her just to say that she's correct. Hello, Sarah, in the chat. Some cool emojis and icons you got there.
Tough to convince men to join these things when even the churches seem to be going left.
Yeah, I agree. But
the churches are teaching egalitarianism. Like this
some are.
I went to, and I know a lot of these are anecdotes,
yeah.
but when you start to interview as many people as I have, you start to see patterns. And, I'm hearing from men that the church makes their wives worse, not better, because they're being told in Bible, like they're being told in their Bible studies that they're women led, and they
heretics
get all these,
and schismatics have created problems for all of history.
Yeah. But I don't think the church is a failsafe in a society that pays women to lead.
Yeah, no, there's risk in everything. But to your,
and there's risk in everything, but you should still go to the casino. You should still play Russian roulette. That's his advice. Like, it's weird. I mean, the level of goofery here and the spamming of the goofery. Like, it's just, this is absolutely insane to see Michael Knowles completely demolished. As I've said in every single part so far, is it possible that he can come back from this? Like, how can he ever come back from this? She's thrashing him worse than he's thrashed all those college students all these years. And he's arguing like those college students that he thrashed. He's arguing like a complete woke goof.
To your point, Pearl, you've said that, look, you're not prescribing anything. You're just observing how things are, and the men don't want to get married. And right. I guess what I'm observing is that men still like women, even with all the kind of weird rainbow stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, there's wow. Holy diversion fallacy, Batman. Men still like women. That's what he's coming back at her with. As if that has anything to do with the amount of marriageable woman. Like, what? What? I mean, that's a super dinger right there. I mean, this guy's in the running. Like, I will be retroactively applying the system to count all the fallacies up. I mean, this is crazy. Pinto Sack says, hot take. I mean, how does he say it with a straight face? And half the stuff he doesn't say with a straight face. We've been examining his micro expressions. Most of the stuff he isn't even able to keep a straight face while he says it. So he knows exactly what he's doing here, most likely. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue, but it seems like he's just this goof charlatan now. I mean, again, like, yeah, I don't know if I will ever be able to listen to him speak on any topic the same way ever again. I mean, he's truly shown his true colors here. I mean, this is just absolutely insane.
Still like women,
They
and
do.
women still like men, and they're still going to get together, and they're still going to desire children, or at the very least, they're going to do the things that lead to children. And so,
how is that related to marriage? Like, the marriage rates are plummeting. Like, like that. It's like his inability to stay on topic. This is exactly what you see with all the woke goofs that he argues with and he decimates at colleges. This has absolutely nothing to do with any of Pearl's points. But that was a hot take.
that's going to happen whether you advise them to do that or advise them not to do that or whatever. And
And the amount of stuttering and sputtering, we've also never seen this from Knowles before. At least I haven't. Every other debate, he is so eloquent and sharp. And here he's been stuttering and sputtering the entire time.
In that case, don't we need to deal with what that institution ought to look like, rather than say, sit on your hands until we change?
No,
And look at this false dichotomy. You should either talk about what it should look like or sit on your hands. There's no other options. There's zero other options. I mean, this is crazy.
I say fix the institution. That should be the number one thing, because men are not going to return to people are not going to return to marriage until you make the institution more fair.
Well, what they'll do is they'll return. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. You guys have been preaching marriage for a decade, and the rates of marriage have still been going down. Why? Because the cost is too high and the quality of women is too low. How do you fix it?
Right, well,
you increase the quality of the women. You say stop being fat. That's the number one. Don't go on OnlyFans.
It might be on the list. I don't know if it's number one.
I mean,
so he doesn't know if it's number one. So does anybody know if Noel's wife is obese? Let me see if there's a picture of Noel's wife. Wow. Alyssa Mahler? Is that his wife, married 2018? Do you guys want to see a photo of his wife? Wow. I found a photo of him cross-dressing for people that want to see that. Let's put up a photo of his wife. And I'll put up this photo of him cross-dressing, which we've been talking about. I mean, this is crazy. I don't know if this is really her. I guess this is her. Is this her Pinterest? No, that can't be her. There's a Pinterest. Yeah, that's not her. Okay, so she sent a link of like this supermodel on her Pinterest. Is that her? It doesn't look like her, but I mean, who knows? Wow, it is her. Wow, that's crazy. I'll put up the photo. I guess it's a highly touched up photo, but it actually does not look like her. Okay, hold on. Everybody be patient. So here's Michael Knowles cross-dressing. Apparently this was after, I mean, supposedly he found Catholicism again at Yale before graduation. But a lot of the movies he did even after graduation were very sketchy. We went over them. Okay, now I'm going to bring up an image of his wife. These are all public images, by the way. She's a public persona all over the internet. So, I don't know if the photo on the right is really her or not. Because the woman on the right looks like a supermodel. The woman in his wedding photo does not quite look like the woman on the right. But I mean, even the woman on the left, if this is the same woman, I mean, even her eyebrows look a little different. I don't know. I think the image on the right might be what she posted on her Pinterest account. For whatever reason, that comes up when you Google it. I mean, are her eyes even green? Hold on. See if we get a more close-up photo. Anyway, the point is she's not obese, but he still wouldn't put not obese women as number one, as a top criteria. I can't find a super close-up photo of her eyes to see if it's the same woman. Actually, it might be her. Maybe not. I can't tell the color of her eyes here. But she's definitely not obese. She is definitely not obese. Are these all photos of the same woman? I don't know. Her eyebrows she has arched eyebrows, but the woman on the right does not. Yeah, it looks like her eyes might be brown, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't think it's her. Her nose shape is different too. What does everybody think? Pinto Sack says maybe he's secretly a chubby chaser. Yeah, the nose looks different. Unless it was just heavily edited and like with all these Instagram filters or something. I mean, maybe. But, yeah, I don't know. So, wow. Shifty Eyes Shady says eye color can change. My eye color changes with the weather. Not that I'm saying this definitely hurts. So, is that why you're called Shifty Eyes? Your eyes shift colors. Okay, so in either case, it's safe to say that Knowles did not marry an obese woman, but is he advocating men should not disqualify, like non-obese men should not disqualify obese women? Like, what's this goof's actual argument? Because he said that that's not a disqualifier. He said even OnlyFans wasn't a disqualifier. I mean, this guy's weird.
Men, that's like the number one thing.
I wouldn't say it's
okay.
I'm blessed with a thin wife. Not.
Oh, so he said he's blessed. Like, what's the blessing? Wasn't he the one who proposed to her? So, but why didn't he propose to an obese wife? I mean, it's kind of weird. The goof phrases it as if he's like, was that an accident? So somebody else, was this an arranged marriage? Like, he had no part in selecting his wife? Like, that's a weird thing to say.
Now, because she has a child in her. But.
Okay, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And until you lower the risk for men, the utopia you're asking for isn't going to return.
It's not a utopia. I'm describing the human condition for all of history.
Okay, but
wait, what human condition for all of history? What human condition? That people reproduce? I mean, nobody's disputing that throughout history. Like, the goalpost moving, the straw manning, the diversion fallacies, both red herrings and non sequiturs. I mean, he's stacking them so high. I think he's gonna medal. I really do. I mean, he's in the Dunning-Kruger Championship running. I didn't think it would be when I started this, but it seems like he is.
But what you're asking for, the families will not return. And so I'm almost like trying to plead with the tradcons.
Yeah.
Like you are not going to get anywhere shaming men for not getting married. The only way that you were going to see progress is by making the institution more fair for men and giving fathers access to their children.
But when you say make the
Shifty Eyes Shady seems to know quite a bit about Michael Knowles. Michael and Alyssa were high school sweethearts that separated for their 4 years in college. They went to different schools, reconnected after graduation. So already he's an outlier of an outlier, right? Like, what percentage of people marry their high school sweethearts? %2 of high school couples get married. And divorce rates were 54%, which is higher than the average. The average is 40 to 50, depending on where you're looking. So, wow. So, 2%. So that's 2% of high school couples. I'm trying to find what's the percentage of all marriages, but their high school sweethearts have a higher divorce rate than non-high school sweethearts. Okay, actually, it's less than 2% of all marriages are to a high school sweetheart. So less than 2% with a 54% divorce rate. That's interesting. That's pretty interesting. Also, when he got together with her in high school, like, what kind of high school girl was she? Was she the class harlot, so to speak? Or was she extremely conservative and he was her first boyfriend? In which case, that's also a complete outlier situation. Well, Pinto Sack, I think we all know what he did during that 4-year break. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring up an image. I said I wouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it. Because a lot of goofs, especially in that short, they think this is all fake. Give me a second. I wonder if the Daily Wire is going to have a shutdown for this. So, Jackson Wagon did a video exploring Michael Knowles' failed acting career. So this is what he was doing in his 4 years at college. He was making short films like this. Now, it's unclear, because he said he returned to Catholicism at Yale, but he didn't give a date. So was it the day before graduation? Was it right after filming this film? Was it before? And apparently this is not the only rainbow type film he did. I'm gonna get this off the screen now. But for the people that were thinking it wasn't real, and no, I am not gonna watch the film. This is as far as I'm willing to go. Is a thumbnail, a non-explicit thumbnail from that. From what I read of the description, there is no explicit scene. It's just them, whatever, that couple talking in bed about something. So, yeah. To all the goofs that were hallucinating, there was even a goof saying I'd be sued for defamation or something. First of all, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just going over information that's public on the internet. If the information is false, I'm not claiming the info is true. I'm just saying what the info is stating, which can be verified on many different websites. I mean, most of it was from his wiki, but... Yeah, that's a good point, Lord Zed. Lord Zed said this guy chose his wife and religion before he was 22, brain not fully developed. Yes, supposedly... frontal lobe gets finished around 25, but yeah, it's kind of weird how Knowles is saying, so he was talking about parity between the genders, as if, it's 50% men, 50% women, then, it's easy to get married because there's parity, completely ignoring everything in the Bible about how a good woman is hard to find, like diamonds, and yeah, completely ignoring all metrics and statistics, I mean, he's saying OnlyFans workers are not to be disqualified from marriage. It's just weird. He said it wasn't insurmountable or whatever he was saying. And yet he married his high school sweetheart, who may have been a very traditional gal. We don't know. But his recommendation is basically to marry whoever. You know, it's not insurmountable according to him because behavior is not static. He's not that old. He's in his 30s. I don't think he's even 40. Well, I forgot his age. Let's see what his age is again. 30-something? I mean, he definitely appeared pretty smart. Oh, wow. He's only 34. I thought he was in late 30s. According to all of the information online, he's only 34. Yeah. I mean, he seemed in every other video I've seen, he seems highly intelligent, which made him sound older. Especially from several years ago when he was probably about 30. I mean, when did he come on the scene? It was a couple of years ago. He was around 30. And he was already going to college campuses decimating fools. I mean, it was crazy. Very, very logical. I would have never guessed he was this young, but this complete demolition at the hands of Pearl, I mean, this is crazy. Because he can't even claim to be one of the lucky guys. Because I'm sure there are some guys out there that they did marry a woman who probably who had some trouble in her life, drug addiction, whatever, you know, maybe a sex worker of some kind that reformed and now she's a great human being, and a guy married her and everything's great. That's an outlier situation, but good for him, good for her. They're happy. That's awesome. But Knowles isn't even in that position. He's not even a lottery winner telling other people not to get a 9 to 5 and play the lottery instead. So, I mean, he's in as worst position as possible here, getting absolutely demolished by Pearl. I mean, this is kind of hard to watch at this point.
Institution more fair for men, you're saying make divorce a little nicer for men. I think divorce is the problem.
Wait, that's not what she said at all. Like, what? She's mostly talking here about the quality of women, but obviously also the contract for marriage, because if the contract was changed, then the just getting into the divorce could be a lot more difficult, which is what he's pretending right now, that there isn't a difference between that. Like, it's like he's intentionally pretending not to understand even kindergarten level English. Justin, I think that quote from the Bible is, a good woman is hard to find. She should be cherished like diamonds. I don't know if it was specifically about the rarity of diamond, but the fact that the woman is so rare and that diamonds are viewed as valuable, abundant or not, they're cherished and viewed as valuable. So a good woman is so rare that she should be extremely cherished because she's so rare. I don't think the Bible verse was talking about specifically how rare diamonds were. Obviously, the value could be connected to the rarity, but that wasn't really the point. Pinto Sack said, Bruce, I heard you were getting married this summer. Where did you hear that?
No,
How do you know I'm not already married? Or possibly several times married?
Solution.
I agree with you. I don't believe, like, I don't believe in divorce, okay? So
Pearl's being way too nice here. I mean, he's strawmanning and just flat out lying about her with his deceptive devil's tongue doing the devil's work. And she's being so nice in response. I mean, I don't know. This is weird. And she's been on Piers Morgan already, so we can't say that she's, you know, starstruck by the limelight, or she's never been, I think, is bigger than Michael Knowles, right? That's a bigger platform. Lord Zed says a MINDSHOCK wedding party would be dope. We gotta have the logical fallacy counter for vows as well, or even for everything and during toasts as well. There'll be that dinger in the back.
So if we could ban divorce tomorrow, great. But I think for the time being, so if we could do that, you know, let's go.
Yeah. Right.
But for the time being, it's like, okay, at least, you know, the there should be mandatory DNA testing at birth.
No.
I don't know why okay.
Because it's calling my wife a whore to do that. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Why? Okay, so
Because
women,
the assumption of first of all, mandatory, good grief, but
Wow. 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 Holy straw man, Batman. It has nothing. Wait, is he this dumb? I mean, this is tough. I don't even know if we're going to make it. We might have to go to part 7 with this amount of goofery. So, mandatory DNA testing is not calling anybody a whore. It's a standard rule of thumb because X percentage of men, it could be high, it could be higher than even 5%, depending on which estimates you're looking at. It's an unknown number. So, as a rule of thumb, not for his specific situation and his wife, but as a rule of thumb, that's kind of like, it's kind of weird because I actually don't know this. Does Michael Knowles support, let's say, stop and frisk? Or does he support metal detectors anywhere? Are there metal detectors at the Daily Wire studios? Let me look that up. Because that's like calling every single Daily Wire worker a terrorist, right? If you have metal detectors? Yeah, I can't find it. I don't know if that's public information. Whether Dale has, does anybody know if this studio has metal detectors? Because the metal detectors aren't calling any specific individual anything. It's a precaution. It's an across-the-board precaution. You can say it's a violation of privacy, sure, but it's not calling any specific individual a liar. It's just by sheer probability and statistics, a certain amount are. You know, it's kind of a weird, for him to have a meltdown over this, it's almost as if he did a secret DNA test and found out that his children weren't his, and now he's getting triggered to cope. I'm not saying that's true, but like, this is crazy.
The premise of it is that my wife is sleeping around.
okay, so
That's not the premise. The premise is that X% of all wives, not his specific wife. Like, wow. So is this just sheer deception here, or is he just, he already went full vegetable, but my other theory in the other parts was that he has a split personality. His main personality, he accepted this Illuminati humiliation ritual, so he was told to come on here and humiliate himself. He also has a split personality with a mental disability, who doesn't know that this is an Illuminati humiliation ritual and doesn't know basic definitions of words. I mean, he was confused on what sexist meant. He was confused, what marriageable, and this guy was confused about everything. So is he just oscillating split personalities? Because that's clearly not the premise. The premise has nothing to do with his specific wife.
so
I'm quite confident my wife is not sleeping around.
The woman feels icky for a little bit, but then
The man feels icky. I would feel quite icky.
Wait. The woman feels
He would feel icky. Well, first of all, did he feel icky filming all those weird scenes he filmed? But other than that, what is icky? Wouldn't a man feel more icky if he found out after decades that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and time raising a kid that wasn't his? Now, maybe he would have done that anyway by his own choice, but wouldn't he feel icky finding out that it actually wasn't his kid?
icky for a little bit. Fine, maybe the man feels icky.
Certainly he would. You're calling his wife a whore and him a cuckold.
It prevents men from being put on.
I mean, just the straw manning is just crazy. I mean, would anybody be surprised if the Daily Wire did have metal detectors? But it's not even about the Daily Wire. It's just any building with metal detectors is not calling a specific individual armed with intent to do harm. It's just a general precaution because throughout history, there will be a certain amount of individuals who try to come in to do harm. Just like with mandatory DNA testing, it's not about any specific individual. It's looking at the stats, which are actually pretty horrid, with the amount of men who think their children are theirs. I mean, it's actually, more than 0 would be crazy, but it's more than 1%. I mean, we can get it. We can try to get a stat here. Wow, it's crazy. So there's a 2005 scientific review. Now, keep in mind, has society gotten more or less promiscuous since 2005? But in 2005, there was a review of international published studies of paternal discrepancy. The incidence range is between 0.8 to 30%. So the average is 3.7%, but it could be as high as 30%. And this was back in 2005. There are other studies actually that show 20 to 48%, others that show 10 to 30%. So this is kind of crazy. Because even if it's lower, even if it's like 7, I mean, but why are there so many studies that are showing? Okay, so that was 2005. So let's look at 2016. In Britain alone is already 2%. But those are the ones that are, but that's where it was found out. So, I mean, most people don't even do these DNA tests. So if you extrapolate from it, it's kind of crazy. Wow. I mean, this is also wild. 2008 UK study, 1 in 500 cases processed by the Child Support Agency found that the biological fathers were misidentified. Now, this also, I read that the number could be as high as 1% of babies that were switched in hospitals, like accidentally. This isn't the mother trying to deceive anybody. This is just mistakes in hospitals. Wow, this is crazy. So, of the 0.2%. So 1 in 500, which is kind of a lot. If millions of people are having kids, 1 in 500. Of the 1 in 500, between 10 and 19% of the mothers named the wrong father specifically. Either accidentally or intentionally, but they specifically named the wrong father. They didn't say they weren't sure with nobody named. You know, that's a different situation as well. But some of these figures are astonishing. And Michael Knowles just hates men. I mean, he hates women too. I mean, who could forget him cackling at men using women for sex? And what was that, part 4? He couldn't help from cackling, this disgusting human being. And also laughing at the men getting destroyed in divorce court and never seeing their children. He was laughing about that. This is crazy. This is really crazy. And now we have numbers, just astronomical numbers. Even if the lowest number is like 2%, that's a lot. That's a lot. Another study is showing 30%. So, I mean, this is crazy. The latest stats, 2018, are going to 40%. Oh, man. This is insane. So I think the way they're finding this out is that more people are doing those heritage tests or whatever. The 23andMe CIA program test to steal everybody's DNA. So they're accidentally finding this out. So it's not people specifically that thought they weren't. So, yeah, this is really weird. I mean, we have another study here from Canada, 10%. I mean, these are crazy numbers. And Michael Knowles just doesn't care. Wow. So a DNA profiling company revealed that 33% of families that were doing DNA heritage tests, the children were not the biological children of the father, if the whole family was doing these DNA tests. This is crazy. I mean, so we're looking at possibly around 30%. I mean, wow, there's quite a few different organizations reporting the 30% numbers. The American Association of Blood Banks reported that 30% of fathers are not the biological fathers. In 2017, 48% of UK men who intentionally tested to find out if they were the father were not. 48%. That's crazy. Well, that's of the ones that suspect it. These are not So I guess they had a reason to suspect that. And there were also polls where 8% of women admitted that, wow, this is crazy. It doesn't say how many were polled, but of polled women, 8% admitted that the whoever was raising their kid was not the biological father, but the father believed he was. Those are the admitted numbers of a female poll. This is crazy. And Michael Knowles just doesn't care. He hates the children too. He doesn't think children should know who their biological father even is. I mean, this guy's doing the devil's work here. I mean, this guy's scum. I rarely say that, but like this whole interview, I mean, this guy seems to hate all humanity, men, women, children. I mean, it's crazy.
Child support and raising kids that aren't theirs.
You're saying they're
And if
married?
people want to opt out of it, fine. You can opt out.
So it's not mandatory.
But
it's voluntary. But there it is voluntary. Yes.
I think it would be better if it was mandatory. I think that's a better.
So then the men can opt out.
Oh my gosh, what are you?
She's finally getting flustered at him pretending he's brain dead. She preferred that it be mandatory. Obviously, doesn't have. This isn't hard to follow. I mean, small children could follow this. So Michael Knowles is just playing like such a level of stupid here. It's crazy.
I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay.
It's not hard to figure out what she's saying. I mean, you know.
I would say mandatory DNA testing at birth. That I think would be better. But
even though the men don't want it.
Look
so you're telling a man now. You're contradicting what a man has to say.
Because you haven't been in that situation. Do you know what I mean?
I've been in birthing room.
Whoa. How does Pearl know he hasn't been in that situation? Did he get a paternity test? How does he know he's not raising children that aren't his? He has no clue. He might think he's not, and that's the whole point. I mean, the level of goofery, like one of Pearl's most hilarious moments was it was something about the divorce where until you get the divorce, something about your wife's a feminist. He said, and then she said, well, if you get a divorce, she will be, or whatever. So it was kind of funny. Lord said she's talking about paternity tests being mandatory for every child born, just to make sure the father knows that he's the biological father of every child. Because the stats I was just going over were pretty scary. I mean, that's literally millions of children across the world.
Why do you guys make light of like situations that
Pearl, I have been in the situation and you have not. I've been in the birthing room twice.
I'm talking about a man raising a child that's not his.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not an uncommon thing.
At least one of my kids looks like me. The other one looks a lot like me.
Appeal to humor. I mean, the goof has nothing. He's getting decimated, so he's trying to make light. But, you know, would anybody... See, it's kind of hard. What if Michael Knowles tomorrow found out that one or more of his children weren't really his? Then what? What would the goof say? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the guy's such a charlatan. I really don't know what he would say.
No, but okay, but we're trying to make jokes, but this stuff is serious, Michael.
Yeah,
like this is serious. Like
what? Yes, sort of. Look at the grin on this scum's face. Yes, sort of. Sort of. 2 to 40% of men are raising children that aren't theirs without knowing. 2 to 40% of children think their father is their biological father when he isn't, and he thinks this is only sort of serious. And look at the smile on this scum's face. Like, why does he hate humanity so much? He hates men, he hates women, he hates children, and he makes no bones about it. He's openly smiling here, making jokes and saying it's sort of serious to not know who your actual father is. I mean, this guy is the lowest of the low. I mean, can he sink any further morally? I mean, he's been dropping out the floor in his own goofery, like this entire conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it. But he's also been dropping the floor out on morality. It's crazy.
I guess the implication though is that you know, in 2% or whatever, you know, where the woman has cheated or something. And again, you know, we're bringing in lots of different demographics and circumstances here. But in that case, that what?
So he doesn't care about a certain demographic and not another one? Like, I mean, is he going to be discriminating against certain demographics? So he thinks certain demographics deserve to know who the biological father is and certain don't? Like, what?
Then the parents get divorced? I thought you just said we're going to ban divorce.
No. Well, okay, if she's committing fraud, then yeah.
She's committing adultery. But you think adultery is grounds for divorce? I thought you said we're going to ban divorce. This is what I mean by the liberal kind of things creeping into
Okay,
your
I'll
worldview.
give a couple exceptions, but
How is that liberal things creeping? Is that just like a projection there again from Knowles? She never said you can't get divorced for any reason at all. I mean, just the straw manning is insane here.
I personally, I don't know if banning divorce. I think you're trying to railroad me off of the real issues.
I'm not.
here.
I'm trying to
No,
figure out what you're
But I want
articulating, and you're contradicting yourself.
I'm not.
Wow, wow, the projection. She actually said, she didn't say in zero, from the very beginning, she said that, other than extreme cases, not you just don't feel like being married anymore. She clearly said that. So he was either too mentally disabled to understand, or he's just, again, being ultimate bad faith. I mean, you can't get more bad faith than this. So he's pretending that she contradicted herself when she clearly didn't. And he's just playing stupid here just to try to salvage some kind of dignity for himself, which he can't do. Because, I mean, this is just such humiliation, possibly by design.
I'm not contradicting myself.
You just did. You said we'll have mandatory testing. We won't have mandatory.
Because
we'll ban divorce. We won't ban divorce.
I was trying to compromise here. Because you said you felt icky. I said, fine, Michael Knowles will get the note.
I get the exception.
Yeah, you can be the exception.
All right, well, that's good. I'm happy to be an exception.
But my whole point is that, this stuff is serious, Michael. And you are not going to see marriage return until you start enacting policies that protect men.
Yeah, I mean, the issue was that females initiate most of the divorces. And in most cases, it's not even because of cheating. It's because of emotional reasons, irreconcilable differences, whatever. Not being happy or whatever in general. It wasn't because of an actual crime or, sin or actual sin. So it's really weird. I mean, again, Michael Knowles is just dropping the floor out on his own goofery and on morality. I mean, he's literally laughing and making jokes. But it's not even about the money. Like, doesn't a child deserve to know who their biological father is? I mean, Now, if they don't know and it's known that they don't know, that's a different situation than they think someone is who isn't. That could all be prevented by a very cheap test.
From the institution of marriage as it is today.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but we don't disagree on that. Right.
Then what's the argument for?
What marriage is, why it's still good to do, no matter what the...
That's not the argument. The argument was what percentage of women are marriageable. That he ducked and dodged and weaved like crazy. I mean, the mental gymnastics off the charts. Like, I think I'm going to do a poll. Who thinks Michael Knowles is actually going to usurp Sartain or Craig? I mean, at this point, I think it might be possible.
Policies are, why man is inclined toward it.
No, any policy?
Yeah, I think marriage is always good.
Any policy.
Yeah, I think any country in the world at any time in history, it's basically good to get married.
So a guy, so if they make a policy.
What if, I don't want to get banned on YouTube here. What if the age of the, female or male in the marriage is extremely low, like in certain countries out there? He thinks that's fine also? I mean, I don't know. This guy's just Satan's instrument right now.
I'm trying to think of something crazy. I mean, even the policies that are today, it's like, that if, so really any policy. Wait, what?
He also didn't specify whether he's a man and a woman getting married. An adult, let's say, if he specified an adult man and an adult woman, that's a different story. But he said pretty much he said under any circumstances. I mean, just the level of goofery here.
What?
You would say that you have a son, so your son got married and his wife got pregnant, and come to find out, 5 years later, he's not the biological father. He's been living this life for the last 5 years. You're saying that you would advise your son to stay married to him.
So the question, because I have a microphone on, was if my son were married and his wife cheated on him and had a kid by another man, would I support my son divorcing? I do not support divorce under any circumstances. So I think what...
Wow, that's insane. So what if he finds out tomorrow that his wife is a child serial killer and she's killed hundreds of children and she's continuing to do so? She's not going to stop. She's going to continue. He's not going to divorce her anyway? It's kind of weird. Unless he's getting into the whole semantics argument of separation is okay, but divorce isn't. I mean, I don't know what this goof... I mean, this goof is scrambling hard here.
Yeah,
Matthew 19 and 1 Corinthians 7, where Jesus says, you know, due to the hardness of your heart, you're allowed to divorce your wife under the pretense of sexual...
Pearl's producer knows more about the Bible than this goof, Michael Knowles, this charlatan. I mean, he intentionally misrepresented the quotes about be fruitful and multiply. I mean, any even first-year Bible study student knows that that was God's instruction to specifically Adam and Eve and specifically Noah and his sons. That was not an instruction given to the enemies of the people of Israel. I mean, that wasn't a blatant instruction for all humans. But the goof framed it as that to try to justify ignoring how a good wife is hard to find, and all the other Bible quotes we went over about the dangers of a deceitful woman. I mean, just the spiraling here and the mental gymnastics is insane.
he doesn't say that. But so the question that was brought up from off camera was, what about the so-called acceptive clause in the Gospel of St. Matthew, where our Lord says, what God has joined, let no man separate, except for the case of porneia. And what's curious about this so-called acceptive clause, which in recent centuries, some Protestants have interpreted to mean that if your wife cheats on you, you can divorce.
Lord Zed said here, if you want to promise the Creator you will stay with each other forever, that should be the extent of marriage. I'm not sure if you're meaning that the government, you shouldn't invite government terrorists into your house in connection to your marriage with a marriage certificate, or you're talking about just the vows. Now, what if you made those vows not knowing, like if the wife made the vows not knowing that the husband was some child serial killer, or the husband made the vows not knowing at that time, like you didn't have the knowledge at that time that the wife was a child serial killer? Is that vow still valid even under God? Because there are those exceptions. There are exceptions. There are, extreme cases clearly outlined where you can divorce, obviously. Yeah, Lord, obviously it's nobody's, but clearly the last entity, like if you could think of any entities, like a random grocery store would be safer to involve in your marriage than the government, the number one cause of human death in history, and theft, and all crime. Like, random little small businesses would be safer to involve in a contract with your marriage. Like, the mom and pop shop down the street would be safer to involve in your marriage contract than the government. I mean, it's crazy. Why would you want the government involved in anything? Like, is there anything that the government doesn't make worse? I mean, I can't think of anything.
But which had not been understood that way for the vast majority of the history of the church, and certainly and still is the case in the Catholic Church and elsewhere. I guess one...
Look how he's just stuttering and sputtering. I mean, the goof is cooked. He's completely cooked. He got exposed for not understanding the Bible or pretending not to. Completely and utterly decimated in basic logic. I mean, again, I don't think he can ever recover from this. Wait, Jess Palmer, what conspiracy? That there's nothing that the government doesn't make worse?
Way to understand that and that apparent contradiction with the other synoptic gospels, which do not have the so-called acceptive clause, is to remember that St. Matthew is writing for a Jewish audience.
Wow, wow, this goof, man. I mean, we're comprehensive and exhaustive, so let's go over it. So there's actually quite a few verses here. So obviously they went over the Matthew, but I tell you, anyone who divorces his Matthew 5:32, anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality makes her the victim of adultery, and anyone who marries a divorced woman commits adultery. So what if someone marries a divorced woman, they didn't know that she was previously married and divorced? Pinto Sack says, I don't think he went to Sunday. He's obviously playing stupid. I mean, even people who know nothing about the Bible know that, the fruitful, I mean, all of these quotes, they're really basic stuff. I mean, this isn't advanced stuff. So there's a few other verses here that are related here. Malachi 2:16, the man who hates and divorces his wife, says the Lord, the God of Israel, does violence to the one he should protect, says the Lord Almighty. Ezekiel 16:8 says husbands must protect and provide for their wives. I mean, there's a couple more too. There's also Deuteronomy 24:1-4. If a man marries a woman who becomes displeasing to him because he finds something indecent about her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce, gives it to her, and sends her from his house, and if after she leaves his house she becomes the wife of another man, and her second husband dislikes her and writes her a certificate of divorce, gives it to her, and sends her from his house, or if he dies, then her first husband who divorced her is not allowed to marry her again after she has been defiled. That would be detestable in the eyes of the Lord. Do not bring sin upon the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. So it seems like it seems like there's no courts involved here. The man has the ability to grant the divorce. I mean, a lot of this is also, up to a certain interpretation. So if the wife is violating the laws of God, then she can be divorced, or vice versa. Because obviously, God would come first. There's also 1 Corinthians 7:10-16. To the married I give this command, not I, but the Lord. A wife must not separate from her husband, but if she does, she must remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband. And a husband must not divorce his wife. To the rest I say this, I, not the Lord. If any brother has a wife who is not a believer and she is willing to live with him, he must not divorce her. And if a woman has a husband who is not a believer and he is willing to live with her, she must not divorce him. For the unbelieving husband has been sanctified through his wife, and the unbelieving wife has been sanctified through her believing husband. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are holy. If the unbeliever leaves, let it be so. The brother or the sister is not bound in such circumstances. God has called us to live in peace. How do you know, wife, whether you will save your husband, or how do you know, husband, whether you will save your wife? There's also, I really wanted to be clear here, just to expose Michael Knowles' pure ignorance of the Bible here. Yeah, Lord Zed, I'm going to get to the abusive issue here. Because Knowles is such a charlatan, or he's just that mentally disabled, he doesn't even know the basics of the Bible. This is crazy. So he did cover the adultery point, because obviously this is the 10 Commandments. So he covered Matthew, where anyone who divorces except for sexual immorality commits adultery. Also in Leviticus 20:10, it says, if a man commits adultery with another man's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress are to be put to death. So the abuse situation here. So this is Malachi 2:16. For I hate divorce, says the Lord. Now, in Proverbs 6:16-19, there are other things that, there are more things than God hates than divorce. A proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil, like Michael Knowles, a false witness who speaks lies, like Michael Knowles, and one who sows discord among brethren, like Michael Knowles. In John 10:10, Jesus also says, I have come that they may have life and have it to the full. To the full. Many translations, including rich, satisfying, abundant, overflowing life. So if life is entitled to the full, then how can you have it to the full if you're married to some kind of abusive murderer? So there's all of these other passages that clearly state that there are other things worse than divorce, and by process of elimination, they would have to be allowed, even though it would technically be a sin, because to remain in an abusive situation would be more of a sin. And that's something that it seems to be obvious to anybody with a functioning brain, but not to Michael Knowles. I mean, I don't know. Not to Michael Knowles. Because, I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, he wants to take these single quotes out of context and explain them away instead of looking at the Bible as a whole. It's just so weird. Also, what we just went over too, 1 Corinthians 7:13. If a woman has a husband who is not a believer and he is willing to live with her, she must not divorce him. But if the unbeliever leaves, let it be so. Let it be so. The brother or the sister, as in the human, is not bound in such circumstances is not bound. I mean, that's very simple English, but obviously Michael Knowles is just either too much of a charlatan deceiver doing the devil's work, or he's just mentally disabled. He doesn't know the basics of the Bible. I think he knows, and he's intentionally deceiving here. That's just my opinion. You know, obviously, if you abandon your spouse, because you're supposed to provide, as well, the husband's supposed to provide, you know, the wife and the husband have their own duties. So if they abandon their duties, where is the, taking the Bible as a whole, they would not be bound under those grounds. So is this really that difficult to understand? So if there are greater sin violations, they can leave. Let it be so. It's very clear. So let's continue with the decimation here and Knowles being a charlatan.
And there was a live debate at the time over the exception, what type of adulterous exception that would imply.
Not really. Bible seems pretty clear here on all these terms.
And so one way of understanding Matthew chapter 19 and the acceptive clause is to say, actually what he's saying is, let's ignore this whole sort of...
No, well, first of all, no, but let's take that entire verse out of it and focus on all the other ones I just went over. I mean, there's like 7. And he's pretending they all don't exist, just like all the warnings about certain types of females that are out there that he pretends doesn't exist either.
Debate that's taking place between various Jewish groups, and just get to the heart of the matter. Furthermore, the fact that
the heart of the matter is, let it be so, and the context of all of the sins, and everyone being entitled to a full life. I mean, this is basics here. Like, is there a greater charlatan than Knowles? I mean, he might be in the running for one of the greatest charlatans. Like, he's pretending to be a Christian when clearly he's not.
see it in the other Gospels, not repeated with the acceptive clause, would seem to bolster the traditional view of the church, understood in the magisterium and the depositive faith, and articulated by the victor of Christ on earth, that no, you don't get to divorce just because you cheat on your wife.
Well, there's all these other reasons.
Also, because it just at a natural level, that would create a perverse incentive, such that if two people don't like each other, there's an incentive to just go out and cheat, and then you can dissolve the marriage.
Let it be so. Very clear. Let it be so.
Okay, so if she...
Which actually, because if they're willing to commit that sin and step away from the faith, let them go. Let it be so. It clearly states that. And this goof, I think he knows about all these verses. He's just being a deceiver. He's just doing the devil's work here.
If he's raising a kid that's not his, you would support them staying together.
I oppose divorce in all circumstances.
I mean, look how evil this guy here. He opposes divorce even if one of the parties is a child murderer. What if they're torturing their spouse? I mean, this guy's as anti-Bible and anti-Christian as you can get.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a conservative view, not a liberal view.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm liberal in that one.
Yeah.
So,
no, I think you're liberal in a lot of ways, and I think the red pill is liberal in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Such as, can you name a single one? Because she's actually, there are exceptions clearly outlined that we just went over in the Bible, multiple exceptions, and taken in the context of being entitled to live a full life. And anybody walking away from the faith, let them go, let it be so. That has nothing to do with the adultery clause. So this goof, hallucinating that she's a liberal because she understands the Bible better than he does. I mean, this level of goofery is insane. I mean, this might actually be the worst debate of all time. I mean, even Craig at least mounted some, however fallacious, at least Craig mounted something. I mean, it was mostly nonsense, but it was something. Like, I think Knowles is actually worse. I mean, his verbal diarrhea game is not quite Sartain or Destiny level, but, I mean, just the deceit alone is crazy.
Which which is why they're ironically just the flip side of the feminists.
Well, I disagree with that because, again, you guys are the ones pushing men into a feminist institution, which marriage today
When
is.
again,
And
Look at the sputtering and the stuttering of this goof. I mean, this is painful. We're not going to finish this tonight, people. I am sorry. I mean, I'm going to go a little bit longer, but yeah, we're not finishing this. I mean, the goofer is just too extreme.
again, you're not going to see marriage return.
Pearl, marriage has been around long before Mary Wollstonecraft and feminism.
Okay.
It's a universal.
But not in this iteration, which is the whole point. This guy's a diversion fallacy king. I mean, he is the king of diversion fallacy.
Institution that has been around as long as human beings have been around.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a little silly to call it a feminist institution.
Well, the way it's run today is.
I think
The way it's run
feminists are in
today,
government.
it's 7 to 8 years.
Not
and the
mine.
man doesn't get access. I know, but no one's talking about you.
Well, I'm talking about me.
He only wants to engage in anecdotological fallacies. And he doesn't even know if he's talking about himself, though. Like, what if it turns out that one of his kids isn't even his?
But that's the point.
We're just talking about me and you, Pearl. You know,
Yeah.
the society is just me and you and everybody else.
Right. But
What? Just talking about him and her and everybody else? Like, what? I mean, just this guy's ability to continually drop the floor out on goofery. I mean, I think he's better than Craig in that regard. I really do. Like, it's crazy.
but that's the whole point. And I just, we could deal with shoulds the way the world should be. And I'm saying the way it is
But I'm not.
now.
I'm
and
observing-
I'm saying the way it is now,
But Pearl,
marriage will not return until you start lowering the risk for men.
I suppose the distinction here is you're painting my view as
Mhm.
being some sort of utopian prescription. But to the contrary, I am describing the way that the world is and has been. Marriage is a natural fact. It has been a natural fact.
But to whom? I didn't pause this on purpose, but this frame, I mean, I paused it on purpose. I didn't know it would stop on this exact frame. But this perfectly illustrates the mental capability of Michael Knowles in this so-called debate here. I mean, look at this goof. I mean, just the continual spamming of diversion fallacy. Like, this is insane. He's not addressing, like, marriage to whom? To whom? That's our whole point. Like, the world is a very different place today, or even the past 10 years. I would say 2012 and onward. We could just use the 2012, if that was the Mayan prediction for the shift. I mean, I think it's relatively accurate. There seems to be a shift of things before 2012 being drastically different than post-2012. More so than any other year, other than, I mean, even 2011, like 99, 2002, not that different. But like 2010, 2013, 2014, kind of different. I mean, yeah, this is crazy. I'm not going to last much longer. Again, like, the fact that Michael Knowles this is the longest series. Even Joe Rogan wasn't this many parts. Even Joe Rogan's goofery against Eddie Bravo. I mean, that was a multi-hour breakdown. This might be the longest one ever, actually. I mean, this is a testament to Knowles' goofery. Like, he's got to be in the running for the Dunning-Kruger Championships, definitely. I mean, we're going to have to go to part 7. I mean, I'll try to make it a couple more minutes, but I think we're going to have to go to part 7.
For all of human history, everywhere in the world. And so it seems to me quite the opposite, that what you are prescribing for men, though you won't take responsibility for advising it, is that men avoid this natural institution, that no matter how much you advise them against it, they're not going to avoid.
I don't advise men to, like, why do you keep putting words?
Men, no matter how much she advises them, men aren't going to go against it, even though people are getting married less than ever before, while he's claiming he's the one describing reality? What? I mean, the level of goofery here is just so insane. I mean, just in 2020, U.S. marriage rate hits record low. And this is U.S. marriage rate plunges to lowest level on record. Let's see, is this Wall Street Journal? I mean, obviously, it takes a while to get all the, this is April 29th, 2020. Oh, yeah, so this is 4 years ago. It was already the lowest, and I believe it's continued to go lower. So 6.5 new unions for every 1,000 people. So record lows while he's saying people are going to continue to get married. I mean, obviously, regardless of what Pearl's saying, the rates were already plummeting before Pearl ever got on the internet. I mean, this is crazy because I think that 2020 report is from 2018. So, I mean, is there, like, Knowles is just, I mean, this guy's insane. I mean, just the level of goof here. I don't think we've seen this before. I think he might take the crown. He really might.
Words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
I think it is.
What Knowles thinks obviously has nothing to do with reality, but he doesn't really think that. I think he's lying. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I think he's just a charlatan doing the devil's work here. He wants everybody to suffer, men, women, and children, based on his micro-expressions and his inability to not cackle like scum, you know, talking about people suffering.
Okay, it's not. Every guy
Look how happy he is to lie about Pearl. I mean, look at this guy was just so happy to be lying.
should decide for himself. That's what I say.
But that's a different, to say whiskey is
Okay,
tasty and every man should decide if he wants to have whiskey.
What do you think the solution is moving forward for men?
For men, I
Mhm.
think at the political level, it would be to reform the divorce laws
How?
and to ban no-fault divorce,
Okay.
to disincentivize divorce as a financial.
I mean, he's trying to avoid answering the question, what percentage of women are marriageable? Like the plague. I mean, this goof is just focusing on anything except that.
And political matter,
Okay.
to eradicate feminism from public life entirely, the whole preposterous ideology at every
Okay.
single level, to overrule the Obergefell decision, which preposterously redefined marriage and took sexual complementarity out of it, which is absurd.
Mhm.
Once you did that, there's more to do, but once you accomplish that at the political level, you would
Mhm.
go a long way toward fixing the problem. Then I would encourage a return of traditional religion in public.
Well, the thing is, he was arguing like a feminist this entire time. It's like everybody is to blame except the women, and no matter what the woman does, she's still marriageable. That sounds feminist. Those are feminist arguments, abandoning all logic and reason. You know, those are, I mean, he was operating exactly like a feminist while projecting that on Pearl and the Red Pill.
Life, because not only is society not secular, but it never can be, because all human conflict ultimately is theological, and everybody's got to serve somebody. So either we're going to worship the God who's like really God, or we're going to worship the God of money, or the God of casual sex, or the God of
Okay.
individualism, as the liberals want us to do,
Okay.
and I think as a lot of the Red Pill wants us to do. So I would restore traditional religion in public life, and the religion that built our country and our
Mhm.
civilization. And then at the individual level, I've now restored families, which is, I'm pleased to say.
Wow, good job.
I would recommend that individuals behave in accordance with right reason and virtue. So you've already gotten rid of the liberal.
Right reason and virtue, like not being an anti-Christian, anti-Bible charlatan liar, arguing in bad faith and laughing about the misery of all humans. I mean, this is crazy.
Liberalism and the feminism. You've gotten rid of this subjectivism and the
Mhm.
kind of language you use, which is just do whatever you want, man. I don't think people ought to do whatever they want. I think they ought to do what is right, and that will cultivate their desires, their very desires, to incline them, imperfectly because it's a fallen world, but largely toward things that are good and conducive to their flourishing, which is how we lived until relatively
So
recently.
I don't
Wait, he thinks that's how we lived? What? What? This guy's crazy. He never heard of Sodom and Gomorrah? Like, I mean, I can't believe this. I really can't believe this. This guy, just the level of deceit here. This guy's never heard of Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, wow, wow. Oh man, this this is tough. I'm gonna try to go like another minute or so, but he's kind of exhausted my ability to deal with his deceit and goofery.
Oh, I don't disagree with any of that.
Yeah.
My question is, what should men do in the meantime?
They ought to, well, be politically involved. I don't advocate an individual political quietism. They ought to be politically involved and elect good candidates and things like
Okay.
that. They ought to, at a practical level,
Someone asked in the who asked this, Lord Zed, if you were on the Titanic, would you let the women go first if it happened now? And so here's the thing. Did you guys see? Obviously, I do have a Titanic deep dive coming. The initial reports were that I believe almost everybody was saved. I think it was either no casualties, like all saved, or most people saved. Like the first news reports. Like some of them even had photos. And then I forget when it was. At a certain date, the narrative completely flipped. I don't know. That deep dive's definitely on the schedule.
go to church, work hard, put away the porn, don't do like drugs, don't, you
Okay,
know,
fine.
do things you ought to do, date in a way that is virtuous, and then get married and have children and be fruitful and multiply. Because if we can't out-argue the liberals, we might at least outbreed them.
And what do they do if women don't want to get on their program?
Uh,
Brain fried. I mean, he just can't compute anything, or pretending not to. Or again, if this is Illuminati humiliation ritual, like he's such a feminist in his brain, he can't compute the women being responsible for anything negative in any way. Like this entire debate, he couldn't even answer what percentage of women were marriageable. He completely ignored all of the Bible passages warning about immoral and deceitful women, you know, including the ones that say it's better to live alone in the desert than with a certain type of wife.
Pearl, I guess
He can't even answer simple questions.
you have a dimmer view of men than I do.
What? She asked him if the women don't want to go along, and he's shifting it back to the men again. I mean, this is classic feminism. Like, you know, it's just so weird how he completely is arguing like a woke, regressive goof here.
I think
Okay.
I think men can be very persuasive, and I think that men can lead women in bad ways and in good ways.
Okay.
And so I would recommend that men take a leadership role, as we once had in the family and in society.
And
So, wait a second. So he's advocate. How can a man take a leadership role without violating the will of without committing crimes, without violating the will? So he thinks the will of women, for example, in the 50s or 60s, are the same as today in order for the men to be in a position to lead a certain way. Just the level of delusion here. This is insane. I mean, this is really crazy. I don't know what to make of this. It's like he's so anti-Bible, anti-history, anti-basic psychology, anti-logic. I mean, anti-morality. I mean, this. I mean, is it possible? Is it possible for him to perform worse in this debate?
can men lead women that don't want to follow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, is he advocating crime and violating will? I mean, it wouldn't be surprising at this point. Like, I mean, is he talking about Sharia law here? Like, what is he advocating here?
I disagree. I don't think men can lead a woman that doesn't want to follow them.
Unless you use physical violence. I mean, is Michael Knowles advocating for violence against women? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at this point. It wouldn't surprise me.
I think that's a recipe for disaster.
I think that will and desire are shaped by all sorts of things, including the persuasion of good men.
Will and desire are shaped by all sorts of things. I mean, that's another hot take. I mean, obviously there can be influence, but can the influence of a good man overwhelm the influence of all these corrupt institutions? Instagram, they did a study that Instagram, so obviously men and women respond to different things, but I think they did a study. I forget what it was. They compared male and female psychology, and female validation or whatever on social media was like heroin or whatever. And so it was like they were addicted to it. You can't, if a good man walks up, they're not going to listen. It's like a drug addict or heroin, same way as a man addicted to literal drugs or whatever. They're not going to listen to an influence against the pull of something so strong on their psychology. So Michael Knowles obviously completely clueless or playing stupid and lying about the role of social media and societal factors. Going to college, like let's say you have a really good man. How is he going to influence a woman who just had decades of indoctrination at indoctrination facilities? He's going to snap his fingers? I mean, what is he talking about? He's talking about hypnotism? Like, what is he talking about here? Like, how clueless can you get? I mean, the same way you get, some gangbanger heroin addict, another man or woman is not going to be able to just over-influence a lifetime of indoctrination and bad habit. Like, what is he talking about here?
Okay. Yeah, I don't think you can lead a woman that doesn't want to follow you. So I think that's a recipe for disaster, personally. But I think until the quality of the wives go up and the risk goes down,
How's the quality going to go up?
Told you step one, the treadmill. I mean,
that's an interesting point for both men and women, but she's talking about the women specifically here. Because in the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, people in general were much thinner. I mean, now obesity is crazy. I wish I hadn't even looked up the stat. It's like 70% of people are overweight or obese. I mean, it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
That's the first thing guys look at, right?
Treadmill. Anything else?
No, not being fat.
What else?
I mean, I think women, it's better if we save our virginities for marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's better, for sure.
I would say not accusing your husband of abuse, taking the kids and getting fat after you get the ring.
Yeah, that's true. But they've already gotten married at that. I thought we were trying to figure out how they even.
Oh, yeah, sorry. But that would be good too.
I agree. Yes, that you shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's untrue. Yeah.
And I think advocating for divorce reform would be a good step. So.
I totally agree. And I really like that last.
He just spent hours arguing, and now he's saying, I totally agree. Again, he just like one-ups himself on his own contrarianism. I mean, I've literally never seen this level of contrarian stacked on contrarian. Because even Joe Rogan's one of the top contrarians out there. Joe Rogan, Destiny, etc. But they don't contrarian themselves on their own contrarian. They're only contrarian the opposite point. I mean, just this level of goofery is just quite unique. A case study indeed.
Point. Because it acknowledges that our behavior is conditioned by our circumstances.
No, I think you're responsible for your behavior.
Then why would we change the divorce laws?
So.
Wait, seriously? It's whether you have, regardless of what the laws on murdering or thieving is, it's still, the person's still going to be responsible for doing it. I mean, again, he just dropped the floor out on his own goofery again. This is just so crazy.
You can stop paying women to leave.
Pinto Sack says he's had one girlfriend and... Oh, wait, no. Lord Zed said he has had one girlfriend since high school. I wouldn't go to this guy for babe advice. Pinto Sack said one girlfriend and numerous on-screen boyfriends. Well, actually, I don't remember where, and I don't know if it was like an actual relationship, but Knowles said he was quite promiscuous in partying in college. I mean, he didn't specify the gender he was promiscuous with, and I guess that doesn't mean he had actual relationships, but I mean, who knows? He might have. Yeah, Shifty Eyes Shady says Michael Knowles, the Republican that advocates for self-responsibility, says no. Well, he shifted to being a liberal feminist for this debate.
I guess
I thought we were trying to figure out how to get women to get married. That was what we're right.
Well,
so
yeah,
why would changing the?
No, that wasn't the point. Pearl was mentioning higher quality women, Michael Knowles said, how do they get to be higher quality? Now he's shifted the goalpost and totally strawman to getting women to get married. Actually, a lot of women would be happy to get married. Well, maybe not as much as before, but there's still a percentage that get married to get married, not to be a wife. And then they get divorced and whatever, because there's no real shame in divorce anymore. So, there's probably, I don't know. I guess women are still complaining about commitment, right? There's a lot of women who want to get married and men who don't. And then there's also obviously probably the most amount of women in history who don't want to get married also. But that was not the point. Notice again, either he's being deceptive again, or just, his mentally disabled persona is shining through.
Divorce laws affect that.
Well, it would change the incentive structure. But I still think it's like, okay, you could be paid to do something wrong, but you're still responsible if you do it.
Sure, but you're more inclined to do it if the temptation is strong
Fine.
enough, and if your moral fiber is weaker.
Yeah.
What is that? Well, another hot take. If you have an addictive personality, you're more likely to be addicted to something. Especially if it's all around you. These hot takes from Knowles, just incredible.
Fair enough.
I agree with that.
So we sort of agree,
I think we broadly agree.
Yeah.
The only place in which we really disagree, I think.
He literally disagreed with almost everything she said for hours.
Is that, as you've admitted, you adopt a little bit more of a liberal worldview.
Again, with his projection here, she's more anti-liberal than he is.
Whether that's because you say, well, it's just the way things are, man, or because you exalt the individual and the free choice, just choose to do whatever you want.
I would say I describe the world as it is, where you describe it how.
She also describes the Bible as it is, and Knowles is doing none of this.
you would like it to be.
And I would say
I deal in is,
Yeah.
and I would say deal in ought.
He tried to flip it on her. He was just saying, I would say the same thing about you, which she clearly made the delineations there. In a perfect world, this, and that. So she's clearly doesn't want the world to be the way that it is. Just the level of goofery and deceit here from Knowles. I think he's worse than Sartain and Craig and all these other guys that we did analyses on.
But I think oughts to derive from is, because I think that nature has an end.
What? Holy non sequitur, Batman. What? Because nature has an end, ought derives from is. Even if that's true, the amount of non sequiturs spammed here.
I would say I am describing the world as it is. Obviously, it's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think you're describing a liberal.
His opinion in complete violation of the Bible and logic and basic common sense.
Utopian, literally utopian view of
How is it a liberal utopia to say that men should have access to their children?
Because
she's arguing for things being the way they were just a few decades ago. No utopia. There was no utopia a few decades ago. There was still all the war, poverty, a lot of bad stuff in the world. And the level of gophery here from Knowles as he sputters and stutters within his own gophery, weaving these giant webs of diversion fallacies stacked with red herrings, non sequiturs, and flat out strawmen. I have to say, I think this really is the worst performance in any debate ever. Actually, I'm going to do a poll here for the people in the chat. Who agrees with me here? I don't know, maybe I'm biased because, maybe I have recency bias because we've been just dissecting this goof for so many countless hours. But I just haven't seen anything quite like this. Wow. Not that many people in here, but we're at 100% yes for worst performance in any debate ever. Wow, I'm going to give it another minute to see if we have a sole dissenter who thinks this isn't the worst ever. Well, it's the combination of sheer bad faith, because even in some of these flat earth debates, some of the globe earthers are just that dumb. They're not really, they might be bad faith, but they're not bad faith 100% of the time. They have genuine misunderstanding of the points being debated. So whereas I can't say that for Knowles here. I can't. Maybe maybe he's got some kind of split personality. One of them is mentally disabled. Maybe he really didn't get stuff. But my impression is that he fully understood everything, and he's just this bad faith. Because even if you say Craig or Sartain are like 90% bad faith, I clearly think there were certain lines that they were covering where they truly believed what they were saying, and they truly did not understand the opposite position, so they weren't bad faith in at least 10% of the debate. It's probably closer to 50-50, but whereas Knowles, I'm not sure he misunderstood anything. So wow, we have 100% agree that it's the worst performance in any debate ever. Shifty Eyes Shady says, I haven't seen your content until recently. So you didn't check out the other logical analyses? Yeah, I actually have a system. We count every single fallacy. And then the new system with Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, he dropped the floor out on goofery so much we had to create a whole new system just for him to measure the goofery.
It creates an idol out of the individual will and autonomy.
Oh, wow. I spoke too soon. He just dropped the floor out again. Creates an idol out of individual will and autonomy, as if people are not responsible for their actions. Okay, I'm out for the night. I'm out. Sorry, people. I can't. There's only so much I can handle. It creates an idol out of individual responsibility. What? God gave man free will? What the hell is wrong with this idiot? I mean, I try to be more eloquent than just randomly calling people idiots, but man, people who've never even read the Bible, who just, heard about it, know more about it than him. So God gave man free will. Can he be more anti-Bible than he is right now? Because God gave man free will. He's saying she's making an idol out of that free will and personal responsibility. Man, that might be dumber than anything he's said so far. I mean, I don't know. This was crazy. It's just, wow. And I already thought it was the worst performance ever before this moment. This moment has completely cemented my opinion that this is the worst performance of any human in any debate on any topic ever. Oh, it's rough. Yeah, we'll definitely finish it up next time. I mean, I say that every time, but he keeps just dropping the floor out so many times. But we're really going to try to finish it next time. Maybe not tomorrow. We got to see how much recovery time I need, because I'm probably going to be doing the Illuminati humiliation ritual deep dive tomorrow. That's going to be a multi-hour stream. Somewhere around the middle of the day, probably. Early afternoon. So, wow. Okay. Well, thanks again for joining us on the MindShock podcast and this logical analysis of an absolute train wreck. I mean, absolute train wreck. The greatest demolition I've ever witnessed in any debate, both by a debater demolishing himself, like Knowles did, and also Pearl demolishing him. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, even amongst so-called intellectuals, as Knowles is proving here. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And this is Lucky 7, Episode 7 of this Red Pill showdown of Michael Knowles versus Pearl Davis. I think this is the one. I think we're going to be able to finally finish this display of goofery by Michael Knowles as he vies for Dunning-Kruger championships. I mean, I think he really is capable of challenging even Michael Sartain and, of course, Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, this guy seems to be not just as goofy as they come, but as bad faith as they come. As always, if you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you're not getting them, just like and comment and share the videos more on platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. So, let's pick up right where we left off. I mean, wow, this really is a doozy. This was so much more challenging than I thought. Yes, Dave Scott, I have made a positive claim that I really think I can finish this. Now, I don't know if I can promise it because Michael Knowles keeps dropping the floor out on his goofery. And his ability to continue to do so hour after hour after hour. I mean, this is really, this is uncanny. I mean, the word we're looking for is probably uncanny. I mean, who would have thought this supposed intellectual would just get absolutely steamrolled from this TikTok commenter chick in her 20s who doesn't claim to be an intellectual. I don't think she even claims to be smart at all in general. I mean, I've never really heard her talk about herself in any kind of grandiose fashion. I mean, it's just, she's been absolutely wrecking this fool, both on basic children's level logic, common sense, and even the Bible itself. I mean, this charlatan, this bad faith charlatan, possibly being used as the devil's instrument. I mean, she's been decimating him even on matters of the Bible. I mean, he doesn't even know the basics of the Bible, the absolute basics. I mean, this is absolutely uncanny stuff. So, who's ready here? We got Dave Scott, Christopher Allen, Kill the Bank, the one and only Heracles, all in the chat. Kill the Bank says, we've went a long way from the intellectuals of the past. I mean, I've actually mentioned this on several podcasts now, where at least back in the day, there was a certain level of competency with even propagandists. There was a certain level. I mean, that's all gone now. Actually, you know what? Let's do a poll. Who thinks we're actually going to finish with part 7? All right, gents, all you logical legends up in here, what do you got? Are we going to be able to finish this is the longest part, actually. I think even Joe Rogan, with all of his gophery against Eddie Bravo, I think we even wrapped that up in maybe 5 parts, perhaps. And Joe Rogan is quite the goof himself. Dave Scott said the only thing we know for sure is we're going to laugh our butts off. I mean, this level of gophery. Again, I did not expect this from Michael Sartain. I am mind-shocked myself. Bruce McGuire, Mind-Shocked on Mind-Shock by Michael Knowles. 100% say yes so far. Okay. All right. Let's get going here, otherwise we won't finish. So let's see. I think we are nearing the end here.
But I'll see guys that take you guys. But I'll see guys.
Hopefully everybody's checked out the previous 6 episodes. I forget where Knowles was last time, where I just had to, just cut it off because the goofery got just way too extreme. But, yeah, and if there's any audio issues, just bring it up in the chat if it's not coming through for some reason.
And every guy should just decide for himself. I'm not going to tell him.
But that's not, I say it
anything
comes
else.
from God or their purpose.
Okay, so is it better? And every guy should just decide for himself. I'm not going to tell him.
But that's not, I
something's
say
better
it
than
accusing your husband of abuse, taking the kids and getting fat after you get the ring.
anything. Yeah, that's true. But they've already gotten married at that. I thought we were trying to figure out how they even.
Oh, yeah, sorry. But that would be good too.
I agree. Yes, that you shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's untrue. Yeah.
And I think advocating for divorce reform would be a good step. So.
I totally agree. And I really like that last point because it acknowledges that our behavior is conditioned by our circumstances.
No, I think you're responsible for your behavior.
Then why would we? Why would we?
Oh, this is already painful already. Just the level of cope here. So for those that haven't seen the previous 6 parts that are just jumping in here, Knowles has put on a masterclass clinic in diversion fallacy. So he's basically spammed endless red herring logical fallacies, saying things that might be tangentially true, but aren't directly related to any of the subjects here, or flat out non sequiturs, which actually aren't really related at all. Even though they might be true, they're not related at all. And then, of course, he has just flat out lied about tons of things and been very deceptive in his charlatan ways. But yeah, the pain is coming back now. Just, wow, just the level of goofery here.
Change the divorce laws.
So you can stop paying women to leave. I guess
I thought we were trying to figure out how to get women to get married. That was what we're right.
Well,
so
yeah,
why would changing the divorce laws affect that?
Well, it would change the incentive structure, but I still think it's like, okay, you could be paid to do something wrong, but you're still responsible if you do it.
Sure, but you're more inclined to do it.
Wow. That was her point, that you're more inclined to do it. Like, the level of contrarian here, again, is this Illuminati humiliation ritual in and of itself Knowles' entire so-called performance here? Make it make sense. Basically, my theory is that Knowles might have a split personality. His main personality understood the assignment that was the humiliation ritual, and he's here to humiliate himself, and he's got some kind of weird fetish for doing it, and he enjoys humiliating himself. A quick look through his filmography on some of the sketchy short films and Hollywood films he did will reveal that. Now, he might also have a split personality that he's oscillating in and out of that is completely mentally disabled and doesn't understand the first assignment. So he's playing contrarian on top of contrarian, where he'll disagree with Pearl just to disagree with her, and then he'll disagree with himself just to continue the disagreement going, supporting her initial point while pretending he didn't play the contrarian game. So this is the level of deceptive goofery we've been dealing with for countless hours now.
If the temptation is strong enough, and if your moral fiber is weaker.
Yeah, fair enough.
I agree with that.
So we sort of agree,
I think we broadly agree.
Yeah.
The only place in which we really disagree, I think, is that, as you've admitted, you adopt a little bit more of a liberal worldview. Whether
And this is where he's projecting, because the liberal worldview is all his here. She's been very conservative and traditionalist, and he's basically gone full retard, full vegetable for this entire so-called debate, conversation, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's been blatantly obvious. This is one of the final copes he has. He started psychologically projecting, and very, very bizarre.
That's because you say, well, it's just the way things are, man, or because you exalt the individual and the free choice, just choose to do whatever you want.
I would say I describe the world as it is, where you describe
liberal
it
way.
how you would like it to be.
And I would say the exact same thing.
ideal.
Of course he would say the exact same thing to her because he's projecting. She's backed up all her points. She did her homework. She came pretty prepped. I mean, she could have prepped even more. I mean, yeah. But, and she let him off the hook way too much. But it was still complete and utter decimation here. And it seems like, I don't know, the only cope he has left now is projection.
And you, I would say, deal in ought.
But I think oughts derive from is, because I think.
I mean, look how he's piling it on. He couldn't even refute that, so he immediately went to the red herring fallacy. Like, he just stacks these mountains of red herring fallacies. Like, he's so contrarian. He's so triggered and contrarian. Or if not triggered, he's just reveling in humiliating himself to this level that he'll just jump in to be contrarian and spam red herrings just for the heck of it. Just for the heck of it.
That nature has an end. So I would say I am describing the world as it is. Obviously, it's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think you're describing.
Is it really his opinion, though? I mean, he's been such a flat-out, blatant liar. Is it even really his opinion? Flicking the devil's tongue here. I mean, and look how feminine he even holds his wrist. I mean, this is painful to watch.
A liberal, utopian, literally utopian view of things.
How is it a liberal utopia to say that men should have access to their children?
Because
I mean, she's genuinely confused with Knowles' full retard here. She looks confused. Like, she can't make it out why Knowles can't even at least pretend to be above a 3-4-year-old level. It's kind of weird.
that it creates an idol out of the individual will and autonomy.
Oh yeah, this is where we left off. This is exactly the moment I had to check out last time. Creating an idol out of human will. So God gave man human will, and Knowles has dropped the floor out on the goofer. I mean, he's dropped several floors out at once now. At once! Making an idol out of God-given free will? What? What? And everything that Knowles has been preaching this entire time is blatantly anti-Bible. Blatantly anti-Christian, and of course anti-logic.
Which is
How? By saying that men.
because you're saying
should
men
have-
ought to do whatever they want.
Wait, where did she say that?
And I'm saying they should.
by
they should do what's right.
saying men should be cautious.
No, well, I'm referring to a different statement of yours, which is
Okay.
men ought to choose whatever they want to do.
Wait, when did she even say that? She said whatever they want to do? What the heck? Like, man, this goof, like, does he not even remember what anything she said? Like, his strawmanning and just blatant lying at this point is insane.
But I always say by following God and their purpose.
Right, and I'm saying their purpose can be known through reason, and God's existence can be known through reason, and obviously then to cooperate with God,
Right.
there's revelation.
But we've all.
What the heck is he? I mean, again, he just keeps dropping the floor out on these diversion fallacies. I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't know. Bad faith or not, I actually don't think that Sartain or Craig have argued dumber than this guy. Because even they didn't spam this level of diversion fallacy. This repeated. I mean, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Also agreed that some people are called to say priesthood, so
Yeah.
that's not in.
But we're not
cards
talking
for
about
every-
priests, are we?
Well, we weren't specifically not talking about priests. We're talking about men. Can men not be priests? What is this goof smoking? Like, this is absolutely crazy. He's actually, not only does he keep dropping the floor out, he's increased the frequency in which he's dropping the floor. He's dropping the floor out every statement now. I mean, the exponential increase in frequency of super dingers has exceeded even Craig. I mean, this is absolutely bonkers.
Some men are called to celibacy. All of the apostles weren't married.
Right. The
majority,
first
yeah.
priests. Yeah, some were. But
Yeah.
the first priests acting in persona Christi, in the person of Christ, who's the bridegroom of the church, have a special charism of celibacy.
Right,
But you and
right,
I aren't, we're not
but-
really talking about priests, are we? We're talking about
Well,
laymen who just don't want to get married.
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait, now he's hallucinating and strawmanning. Pearl was only talking about the subset of men who already don't want to get married? She was clearly referring to the men that are currently getting married and having all these troubles with divorce. I mean, oh man, at this point, I really don't know. Perhaps Michael Knowles, perhaps all those years of acting training, he's managed to hoodwink everybody into thinking he actually is kind of logical. I mean, I don't know. Was this all memorization? Was his decimation of all these woke college goofs, was that simply because he memorized and regurgitated responses to them and he doesn't actually comprehend anything? Because at this point, I mean, it's hard to believe. Like, I'm having trouble understanding that Michael Knowles isn't mentally disabled from this. It just seems, it's like, even if he's a charlatan, even if he's being openly deceptive, just the manner, just the increase in dropping the floor out on the gopher, unless this was all also part of the plan, I mean, I don't know. Was this all part of the strategy of how to humiliate oneself more than anyone has ever done in any kind of debate or discussion? If so, bravo, Michael Knowles. I mean, I don't know. I think I might have to give it to him. This might be the most humiliating display of any human in any conversation ever. I don't know.
Well, I think that every guy has to decide for himself.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is,
and that comes from either God or your purpose as a man.
and your purpose as a man is,
Different for every man.
yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's the liberal part. It's
Yeah.
kind of,
Wait, what? How's that liberal? Wait, what? How's that liberal? Even under, I mean, that's even strictly under the Bible. I mean, obviously not every man is going to be a priest. Not every man is going to get, I mean, this is all very, very biblical. What is he talking about liberal? So he doesn't know what the word liberal means. And that would actually explain a lot. If he doesn't know the definition of any of the words being used here, which he admitted, he was like asking what is sexist, what is marriage. I mean, he didn't seem to know the basic definitions, or he's just playing stupid. But either way, I mean, if he actually doesn't know the definitions of any of these words, this actually makes sense.
you do you. Choose your own.
I wouldn't, like you're a political commentator. That's going to be different than
Cigar
what other.
salesman.
Yeah, it's going to be different than what other guys want to do. Or,
Sure.
you
But
know.
I'm a guy who works my job,
Mhm.
is married, has kids, in as much as I'm blessed to have kids, respects my elders, has a patriotic loyalty to my country,
Mhm.
and gives
Well, that's kind of anti-Bible. He's pledging allegiance to earthly kingdoms. I mean, this goof is insane. Like, I don't know. Is this just mental illness? Have we overlooked the possibility that this is all mental illness? So he's not necessarily completely brain dead. Maybe he is capable of logic, but the mental illness is so extreme that's causing all of this. Is that possible? I don't know. I mean, maybe we just genuinely haven't explored the severe mental illness angle. Because if he doesn't actually comprehend, if the mental illness is causing his complete lack of awareness and his inability to understand definitions of certain words but not others, I mean, I don't know. Is it possible this is all mental illness?
God, I hope even some modicum of the worship that is due to him on this earth, so I can enjoy him forever.
That's great.
I hope that
Good job.
I hope that I'm doing it even in any way that's
Yeah.
satisfactory. But that's
Well, he's doing the devil's work here, so not quite satisfactory.
not just from my personal preference
Mhm.
or my subjective sense of what my purpose is, man. That
Wow, that was kind of fruity. I have to play that back. That was kind of fruity.
Called the celibacy. All of the apostles weren't married.
right the
majority,
first
yeah.
priests, yeah, some were, but
Yeah.
the first priests acting in persona Christi, in the person of Christ,
Mhm.
who's the bridegroom of the church,
Mhm.
have a special charism of celibacy.
Right,
But you and
right,
I aren't. We're not
but-
really talking about priests, are we? We're talking about
Well,
lay
I'm-
men who just don't want to get married.
Okay. Well,
That's not what anybody was talking. That wasn't even what Knowles was talking about prior. No, that was the one group of men nobody was actually talking about, and he's pretending that's what they were. Again, maybe it's all mental illness. I don't know.
I think that every guy has to decide for himself.
Right, and that's
comes
what I'm
from-
saying is
and that comes from either God or your purpose as a man.
and your purpose as a man is
Different for every man.
yeah. I guess
Yeah.
that's the liberal part. It's
Yeah.
kind of you do you, choose your own.
I wouldn't, like you're
Where did she say you do you? Like, go do whatever you want. Go be a sodomite. Like, where is she promoting that? She's saying be smart. Be aware.
a
She's even advocating following the Bible. Like, how is that liberal to advocate following the Bible?
you're a political commentator. That's going to be different than
Cigar
what other.
salesman.
Yeah, it's going to be different than what other guys want to do. Or,
Sure,
you
but
know,
I'm a guy who
Well, I mean, some people would actually dispute that as well.
works my job,
mhm.
is married, has kids, in as much as I'm blessed to have
Are those kids really his, though? I mean, he's too terrified to ever get a paternity test. So how does he really know, though?
kids, respects my elders,
He doesn't seem to respect his elders either.
has a patriotic loyalty to my country,
Pledging allegiance to earthly kingdoms, violation of the Bible there.
Mhm.
and gives God, I hope, even some modicum of the worship that is due to him on this earth, so I can enjoy him forever.
That's great.
I hope that
Good job.
I hope that I'm doing it even in any way that's
Yeah.
satisfactory. But that's not
All right, watch here. He's not able to hide his flamboyant, fruity gestures here. Watch this.
just from my personal preference
Mhm.
or my subjective sense of what my purpose.
What is he doing? What are these called? Are these what are the fingers from Bring It On called? Spirit fingers? Is he doing spirit fingers right here? What is Michael Knowles doing right here? He's channeling his fruitiness, which there's no shortage of. Again, go back to his short films of being in bed with men and cross-dressing. He's channeling his fruitiness here. I mean, what is going on here? I mean, again, is this all humiliation ritual?
Is, man. That is prescribed, and it's something that I've arrived at,
Right.
as many other men have arrived at that exact same answer through reason that I
Mhm.
take also as a matter of authority.
I mean, he doesn't seem to know what the word reason means either. Because mentally disabled or not, if there's a major mental health issue here, if there's incredible mental illness here, that could explain why he doesn't understand any of these basic definitions of words.
Mhm.
That's very different from, hey man, every guy should just decide for himself. I'm not going to tell him.
But that's
something's
not.
better
I
than
say it
anything
comes from
else.
God or their purpose.
Okay, so is it better to get married or better not to get married?
Depends on the guy. For the
There you go.
for
And it depends on the woman. There you go, what? Is it better to be a priest or not to be a priest? There you go, what, Michael? Now, is it better to be a priest or not to be a... Like, you see how all these non sequitur, red herring, begging the question, circular reasoning, false dichotomy, diversion, fallacy stacks here. I mean, he is definitely in the running for top dog of Dunning-Kruger champion.
because some men are called to celibacy, some men are called to
Putting the
priesthood.
priests aside for a second, what about the guys who are not going to be priests?
Some men don't have the option to get married, Michael.
I'm just saying, should they? Would it be good for them to do it if
I
they could?
don't deal in shoulds, I deal with what is.
Like she said that 50 million times, and Knowles was the goof. Do you remember just moments ago? And just moments ago he was saying, well, I'm just describing the world as it is. So why is he always talking about should if he's talking about the way the world is? I mean, he's not even consistent in his own goofery. He's not even consistent in his own goofery.
Yeah.
Well,
And look at me sputtering and stuttering. I have to hand it to Pearl Davis here. Pearl Davis has made a complete and utter goof of Michael Knowles. She has him stuttering and sputtering for hours on end. I mean, Pearl Davis has effectively taken down Michael Knowles, possibly permanently. I don't know how he can ever come back from this. I don't see how. The level of decimation is so complete here. Like, it's not like this was a short little interview and she got a couple of gotchas on him. This was sheer intellectual dominance where Michael Knowles, I mean, he hasn't even brought toddler level points to the table. And this was sheer decimation from beginning to end. And hopefully we're almost at the end here, but again, the goof is sputtering and stuttering. I should probably do a highlight reel of just all of his sputtering and stuttering against Pearl. And in all the stuttering and sputtering might actually have more logical coherency than the actual words he used.
you do deal with shoulds in some ways, right? You do say some things are better than other things, but on this question, you're not willing to do it, which is why I say that the red pill, though it acknowledges many problems in the world, that the red pill
Dave Scott calling for 4 more hours. See, Dave Scott, I am a mere mortal, Dave Scott. I really cannot handle, like, this level of goofery. I mean, perhaps not as an extreme level of goofery I could handle for more hours, but Michael Knowles is a very unique individual. Very, very unique. I mean, he's got this supreme mix of bad faith, goofery, mental illness apparently as well.
diagnoses a lot of problems. The red pill ultimately fails in its prescriptions. And
how does it do that? So he doesn't appear to know what the red pill is or how to define it. So how would he know whether it failed or not if he doesn't even know what the prescriptions are, let alone what the red pill is? I mean, this is wild. I mean, the level of goofery that Michael Knowles has brought to the table, even Michael Sartain and Craig of Fight the Flat Earth have not brought this level of goofery. Michael Knowles might be the champ. He really might. I will retroactively implement the system to see how many fallacies he hit, but he might be the champ. I don't know. He might be.
Is ultimately kind of the flip side of feminism because it adopts
the
a basically
prescription.
liberal
It's
world.
tough because
I mean, he's just going to false premise now so severely. This is crazy. Heracles says Bruce is a walking, talking Lorentz contraction. Oh man, you guys are too funny. Too funny.
the prescriptions kind of, I don't really do that. There's different content creators that prescribe different things.
I
Some
think you
things,
prescribe a little.
some things I agree with. I'll give one prescription actually.
Okay.
I'll give one,
All
just
right.
one.
All right.
If you get married, get a prenup.
No, you can't get a prenup because it invalidates the sacrament.
Really?
Yeah, a marriage is fully giving of yourself to the other person. No,
Wait, hold on a second. Oh man. Oh man, he just dropped he dropped an entire elevator shaft. He dropped a World Trade Center length elevator shaft out. Forget the floor. Wow. I mean, I'm really impressed with Michael Knowles' ability to. I was impressed before he increased the frequency of floor dropping on the Goofery. I mean, he just did a World Trade Center length elevator shaft dropout. I mean, this is crazy. So he doesn't appear to know what a sacrament even is. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I mean, Cambridge defines sacrament as, in the Christian church, a ceremony regarded as especially sacred, marriage or baptism. So what does this have to do with the state? What does it have to do with government? What does it have to do with the coldest of all of cold monsters, as Nietzsche put it, regarding the state, the authorities? So Michael Knowles' goofery here is so extreme, but by that logic, getting a certificate from the state would invalidate the sacrament. So getting a marriage, the sacrament, getting a marriage license would invalidate it. Because, I mean, we could even go to Wikipedia. Many Christians consider the sacraments to be a visible symbol of the reality of God, as well as a channel for God's grace. I mean, can anybody think of a greater antithesis of God's grace than involving statism, than involving mercenaries for the state? I mean, again, he just dropped a World Trade Center length elevator shaft out on his own goofery. I mean, I am impressed. I mean, I am so impressed here. I mean, this is insane. I mean, okay, I think this statement might actually win him the Dunning-Kruger crown, because it is so utterly clueless and devoid of any possible logic and reason, while being hyper-dosed with so much hypocrisy. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I mean, wow. I mean, I might need a minute here just to process this level of goofery. I mean, wow. So a prenup invalidates a sacrament, but if the state is involved, how can it be a sacrament if you involve not just men, but the most corrupt of men? In your own private business, or your business between yourself and God, if it's a sacrament and God's grace. I mean, can anybody, like, this might actually be the dumbest, I mean, I don't know, he's made so many dumb statements here. I mean, this is so wild here. I mean, I think Michael Knowles might have borderline rendered me speechless for a moment. I might need a second here. Wow. I mean, wow. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Wow. Dave Scott commented here, could we just have found something higher than a super dinger? Yeah, this might be a super duper dinger. Or AKA pulling a Knowles. I mean, this might be a super duper dinger. An SDD. Not an STD, but an SDD. This might be an SDD, and this might have to be worth like 10,000 combo points. This might have to be worth 10,000 fallacy combo points. Because, wow. So it's okay for the most corrupt of the authorities, like the greatest antithesis to God one can imagine. They can assign the marriage certificate. They can usurp all religious authority. If I mean, like, obviously we could subdivide that. But let's say you believe in the church. Let's say, I mean, depending how strictly you want to analyze the Bible, the Gospel of Barnabas, where Jesus specifically talks about there being no middleman with God, so you wouldn't have church or any of that stuff. But regardless, if you Michael Knowles is such a statist bootlicker, he thinks that it is valid to have corrupt human authorities issue marriage certificate or marriage licenses, but not prenups. I mean, this isn't just elevator shaft level goofery, floor dropouts. This, I mean, the level, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's all mental illness. Who knows? Maybe this is all just sheer mental illness. Now, for the people who don't know what I'm talking about, I guess we can go to the Bible here that Knowles claims he believes in, but clearly, I mean, everything he's been preaching, everything he's been saying has been explicitly anti-Bible, anti-Christian this entire debate. So, 1 Corinthians 2:5, that your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. So why would you invite the coldest of all cold monsters, the #1 body count entity in history, into your supposedly holy union with your wife? I mean, what? What? Ephesians 6:12 also makes it very clear. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers. Against the rulers. Against the authorities. Against the rulers and the authorities, a.k.a. the state. I mean, the level of gophery here from Michael Knowles. I mean, is it possible to be more anti-Bible than Michael Knowles? I mean, I don't know. He's been anti-Bible this whole time. So, yeah, I think we are going to have to start the super-duper dinger category just for Michael Knowles. We might have to. We might have to. I mean, this is crazy stuff here. This is absolutely crazy stuff because marriage certificates and prenups these are all worldly affairs between men. So if marriage has nothing to do with that, then if marriage has nothing to do with the state, then obviously the prenup wouldn't apply. But he's hallucinating in his gophery that the state is involved in marriage and that's okay. Bite the bullet. His whole argument is some people win at the casino. So it doesn't matter if people lose, doesn't matter if people commit suicide from their losses. It's still a good investment to go to the casino, according to Michael Knowles. That was basically all he had, which isn't much.
No strings attached.
You don't
Prenup's
even
a big
believe in
string.
prenups?
Certainly not. The nearest I would come to a prenup would be, I call it the Michael Knowles prenup, which is, and I'm sort of cheekily suggesting it because I really object to prenups in all circumstances. But the Knowles prenup would be whoever initiates the divorce forfeits everything.
Okay.
That's the nearest that I would come to a prenup.
Okay. Okay, so you kind of, but in 2024,
No,
you wouldn't advise a guy gets a
30-24,
prenup?
40-24,
Wow.
10-24.
Sorry, I'm just shocked. Like, you hear the stories I'm telling you.
He obviously doesn't care. I mean, this guy's scum. This guy was laughing at men who lost almost everything in divorce court and who couldn't see their children. Men he claimed were either his friends or good friends. He laughed at them not being able to see their children. And this scum, this evil scum, also laughed when he was talking about men sexually assaulting and sexually using women. I mean, he literally laughed. He couldn't help but laughing. And then also when Pearl brought up, there was another point in the previous episode, maybe it was 2 episodes ago now, it's kind of hard to keep track of all the goofery and all the sheer evil that Michael Knowles couldn't contain when he was cackling about all of this. Who remembers the last major point where she says it's not funny, he said it kind of is. I forgot what they were talking about. He's like, it's kind of funny. What was he? Oh, I totally forgot. Something to do... Oh, the men raising children that weren't theirs, and the children not even knowing who their biological father was. He was laughing about it, and he called that kind of funny. I mean, can you imagine the level of scum you have to be to think that? I mean, this Michael Knowles is just basically pure evil. I mean, he's being Satan's instrument here, and I mean, at least he's being congruent about his anti-Bible position, because he's been anti-Bible about absolutely everything this entire conversation.
You know the state of marriage
I'm articulating
today.
the Catholic view of marriage.
You know the state of women today, and men still can't get prenups
Right.
to protect themselves.
Right, because marriage in its nature, as you said, is a lifelong union of a man and a woman for the sake of begetting and educating children and for the mutual
Right,
support of the spouses.
but if-
So if you begin that institution by saying this might not be a life.
Well, what if you begin the institution by inviting the number one cause of death in human history? Not just death, but theft. The number one cause of all sin in history, you're inviting it in with this marriage license. That's how you're starting this supposed sacred union. But Knowles doesn't have a problem with that. He has a problem with the prenup. I mean, wow. So this seems to be a unique combination of mental disability, split personality, and severe mental illness.
Long union. You have fundamentally undermined the institution.
So you fundamentally undermine the institution by inviting the state. I mean, is there anything the state is actually able to do competently? Like, is there anything that the government makes better or more efficient in any kind of way? And this is how Michael Knowles wants everybody to start off their marriage, by inviting the most incompetent and deadliest and anti-God entity into their lives. I mean, wow.
Before you've even begun.
Wow.
Wow, she said wow the same way I did.
That's crazy.
I can't argue with Pearl here. That is crazy. I mean, I can't argue with Pearl here.
It's just the Catholic view.
So
That's not the Catholic view at all.
yeah, but if you don't get divorced, what does it matter if you don't do it?
Yeah, you don't get
And the thing is,
You're right.
but that's
Was that the question she asked? She asked, what does it matter if you don't? Did he ask how it matters or not? No, he didn't. He just laughed about it like a brain dead goof. I mean, also notice the pattern. He wasn't able to answer very simple questions throughout this entire debate, something he criticizes all the woke goofs that he argues against.
that's what I think we're going back to. You say what ought to be, and I say what is. Because even
you're also saying what ought to be, and I'm also saying what is.
No, you're trying to
But
because
I'm not trying to do anything.
Even in this,
wow, look at how he's laughing in his denial of saying I'm not trying to do anything. Well, he's clearly trying to do the devil's work here.
even in this scenario, the Catholic Church, the divorce rate is 35%. It's not uncommon.
Again, though, so
you're saying don't get in the car, don't put on a seatbelt.
But the view that you're articulating is a kind of a liberal view, which
Not at all. I mean, the projection here is getting off the charts.
is that we know what the Catholic Church teaches by just what the individuals might say.
He's going back to his spirit fingers. Like, why does he keep getting fruity and start dancing with his fingers? Like, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, is this the devil revealing himself physically, not just through the laughs, but now he's doing all these fruity spirit fingers or whatever? Like, this is weird. This is really, really weird.
Any given moment. That's not how it works. It works because there's a magisterium that's 2,000 years old that is articulated by a man who wears a funny hat.
But women are not acting in accordance to the Catholic teachings.
Man who wears a funny hat? I mean, is that blaspheming?
Yeah, many women don't. I'm just telling you what the Catholic view is. And I think
I'm just telling you, that's clearly not the Catholic view. He doesn't even know the basics of the Bible.
I understand, but I think, wow, I just didn't realize your views were that extreme on that.
You mean that I believe what every Catholic believed until like 5 minutes ago?
He clearly doesn't. Everything he's been preaching has been clearly anti-Christian, anti-Bible. Now he's pretending that everything he's been saying is what every Catholic... I mean, the level of gopher here is crazy. This is crazy. Alien Big Cat 23, there's really no way to summarize this. You're going to have to be dedicated and watch all 7 parts. I'll be posting some highlights, but you really... Wow. I mean, you cannot put this guy in a nutshell. He's a very unique, uncanny individual.
I guess it is.
Yeah, I don't know how you would tell a guy that you love, like, not to protect himself in an institution where, and
he also interrupts like a lot, which he also criticizes the woke goofs for doing. And it's like he's arguing like he's arguing kind of like an emotional menopausal woman here, just constantly jumping in, denying and diverting. Like it's really weird. It's very, very weird. Yeah, other than like he seemed kind of logical outside of this debate. Here, I mean, this is just sheer decimation. I mean, he might have won the Dunning-Kruger crown with his performance here.
2020 and 2024. Well, I mean, there's women that are good women at 22 and then at 42 decide the man's an abusive monster.
How'd they come to decide that?
Usually, a lot of times their friends get involved. A lot of times they start looking at the wrong.
So is he agreeing with her? Gotta watch. Is there a reason he interrupted to say gotta watch those friends when she's giving him the answer to the question, which it also might not even necessarily be relevant? Is it relevant to the man's bank account and his ability to see his children on the reason why? If he wasn't at fault, of course.
Media, or or they just get spiteful and decide to do it on their own.
Gotta watch how that spite begins. I don't deny that it happens, that these things develop over time because of rot that can set into a marriage that a husband needs to be vigilant about, and a wife needs to be vigilant about.
If Michael Knowles gets divorced, someone should just play this video 24/7 in his house, at the Daily Wire studio, hack his cell phone and have this video playing 24/7 to remind him of his deceitful goofery.
If a woman decides to leave, the husband is still responsible?
The man is the head of the household and bears the leadership responsibility, in my view. It's not in the liberal view or the feminist.
But he can't lead a chick that doesn't want to follow.
The Christian would say, yes, the man is the head of his household.
Okay, yeah. But I wouldn't say that's like typical in most religious marriages. I've heard kind of the same problems in the church and out of the church. So I wouldn't say that's the norm.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, what is it? 5 to 10% divorce rate among the traditionalists, and, you know, 10% among the Orthodox Jews.
Yeah, let's cherry pick on top of cherry pick on top of cherry pick on top of cherry pick.
30% among the Muslims, 34% among the Catholics broadly. That includes people like Joe Biden. And then that's still 10 points lower than.
You know what's weird, Heracles, though? I don't wish ill will towards anybody. But I just wouldn't be surprised if it did happen. Like, I would not be surprised. I also wouldn't be surprised if one or more of his children weren't his, just based on statistics. And, I mean, who knows? Like, if he hates himself as much as he hates all other men and women, as has been made clear here, I don't know what the effect of that. I mean, look at Destiny. So Destiny's getting divorced, right? I can't believe that goof was even married, but he had some kind of open marriage or something. It seems like he learned nothing, right? So Destiny, this clueless, mentally disabled goof, went anti-red pill for a while. Then he has this issue. His wife divorces him, whatever. And it seems like he learned nothing from it. So I don't know, even if Knowles did get divorced and one or more of his kids weren't his, I mean, is the mental capacity there for him to ever actually learn anything?
No, but we just said the Catholic divorce rate's a third.
That's why I said 34%. The national average is 46%.
Okay.
So, but the Catholic divorce rate includes people who don't practice the faith.
That's still not small. Yeah,
because I'm just saying it's significantly lower than the national average.
Is that relevant? Significant. Also, it's low. I don't know how significant. We could split hairs with these semantics logical fallacies that Michael Knowles is now desperately clinging to, but those are all statistics are always delayed. They're always delayed. So is he claiming they're going to go down or they're going to continue going up? So the difference, he's calling it significant, but whether it's significant or not doesn't really matter, because if they're constantly going up, what does that mean? He wants to roll the dice? Again, it's like he's saying don't get a real job. Just go to the casino because there are enough winners. I mean, the gopher here is crazy.
25%.
Yeah, that's just, wow. Yeah, I think men should protect themselves.
Well, you are shocked to discover that I'm a Catholic.
Wow. the begging the question fallacy there. I mean, that's a super duper dinger as well. Yeah, Michael Knowles. We might have to make a whole new system just for Michael Knowles. I mean, I thought Craig was bad. I mean, this guy's absolutely off his rocker. I mean, there's just no logical competency whatsoever. I mean, not really much for Craig either, but I mean, this guy, it's just, I don't know if it's just his mental illness is just very unique that's causing these World Trade Center height elevator shaft drops in goofery.
I'm shocked that you don't think that men have a valid marriage if they want to protect themselves in any way.
No, I just view,
Yeah.
Again, I really have to applaud Pearl. I mean, the amount of stuttering and sputtering. I mean, I might have to actually do a highlight reel. It might be just 10 straight minutes of a total time of stuttering and sputtering. I mean, she's got this goof completely wrecked.
I hold to the Catholic view of the sacrament of matrimony.
Okay.
That's shocking these days, I guess. Do you want to get married? I'm not proposing.
Well,
I'm not a bigamist.
I'm a woman.
You're a woman.
Yeah.
And therefore, you do want to get married.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, there's not risk as much for women, but I don't care about getting married with the state. I don't care. I would sign a prenup. I don't care.
Would you?
I
if you don't
do-
get
I do
married
wanna be
with the
married.
state, what is that? You just do it in a church ceremony or something,
Mhm.
but not recognized.
But the problem with the Catholic Church is
All right, here's an opportunity for Michael. There's no way to redeem himself, obviously. But here's an opportunity for him to actually address the state and possibly show some signs of brain function, some kind of brainwave activity. We've seen nothing yet. Here's an opportunity. Does anybody think he's actually going to show some kind of glimmers of brain function here in addressing the state? Because he seems very anti-Bible. He seems to not even know what the Bible says or intentionally misrepresents it. Dave Scott says, no way. Heracles says no. No one has any faith in Michael Knowles. I'm not putting any money on it, that's for sure. Pinto Sack says, no, sir. I will definitely not be putting money on Michael Knowles demonstrating brainwave activity. But let's see what happens.
a lot of times they won't do it unless it's recognized by the state.
Yeah.
Which I don't really understand.
The reason is that marriage is a public act.
Mm-hmm.
Is the traditional view of it. So it's not, modern people say, oh, it's just between me and my lover.
What is wrong with this? He's going back to his spirit fingers, doing his fruity little dances. What is wrong with this guy? This is the third or fourth time he's moved to this. Like it's like he has this compulsion to be fruity, and he can only hold back for so. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I mean, this is so weird. Like, who does this? I mean, you could hate on Ben Shapiro all you want. At least he has some kind of masculine energy. I mean, the guy was doing one-handed push-ups in his office in some video. He doesn't do these fruity wrist motions. He doesn't do spirit. Ben Shapiro doesn't do spirit fingers and all these weird dances. I mean, what is wrong with this guy? Should we do another poll? Let's do another poll. Oh man, the Daily Wire is not gonna like this next poll. Check out the poll, everybody. Wow. This is crazy. The poll is Knowles a sodomite? 100% of voters in the chat say yes. I probably should have put is/was for more accuracy, but yeah, this is crazy. I mean, he did mention his wild days at college. He did not specify with which gender that was. So we really don't know. but his proclivity, like, look how feminine his hands look. I mean, if you take his face out of the equation, could those be, that could easily be a woman's hand right there. I mean, there's no musculature at all there. I mean, those are very feminine hands. And his demeanor is very feminine as well. Okay, so this is really weird. Well, he also cross-dressed on at minimum 2 occasions by the online researchers' claims.
And we
Well,
don't need a
God,
sheet
yeah.
of paper. So it's before God,
Mhm.
but it's also before a minister of God. And it's also before the community, because marriage is both.
Wait, what does the community have to do with the state? Like, if your fellow villagers with which you're bartering and trading with, they're good people, they're farmers, what does that have to do with inviting the state? I mean, this bootlicking statist, I mean, this guy's so anti-human. I mean, it's crazy.
A sacrament, but also a natural
Yeah.
institution. So because it's the basic building block of society, because it's political in that, political just means more than one person, because it's the basic unit of politics.
Political means more than one person? I've never heard that definition. Has anybody heard that definition? Oxford defines it as relating to the government or the public affairs of a country, relating to the ideas or strategies of a particular party or a group in politics specifically, interested in or active in politics. Merriam-Webster defines political as is of or relating to government, a government itself, or the conduct of government. How does that mean the plural of a person? I mean, what? Weird. Again, nobody's surprised, obviously. I mean, he doesn't seem to know the definition of a lot of these words here.
It's public.
Yeah.
public.
Well,
That's why we can't get divorced willy-nilly.
But what does public have to do with with the violence of the state? What does public have to do? Having a marriage ceremony in a village square with all your fellow villagers has nothing to do with like in Braveheart, when there's a marriage ceremony and then the English come and steal the bride. Like, is that necessary? Does inviting the government into the affairs, is that necessary? I mean, that's weird. That's weird. I mean, this goof is just absolutely mentally gone.
Because you've made a
Well,
vow to God and to the public.
well, you can nowadays.
You're right, but you should. Well, you shouldn't. Yeah.
But I would never want to put a guy in a position where he's signing like a contract legally that's not fair to him. I just think if I love someone, like I wouldn't want to put him in that position. So personally,
Who thinks Michael Knowles is capable of understanding the concept of love? I mean, so far, he hasn't demonstrated that. I mean, look at the goof's face. I mean, there's nothing going on between the ears there.
Why would
I
it be
don't
unfair to
care.
him?
I don't.
Why would it be unfair to sign a contract that the other party benefits from breaking, puts your entire livelihood at risks, and increases the possibility that you'll never see your children again? Why would that be unfair, according to Michael Knowles? I mean, he just did another World Trade Center elevator shaft dropout. Like, why would that be unfair? Why would forcing someone to play Russian roulette be unfair? What's unfair about it? Let's all do it. Oh, man. Yeah, I think I have to crown this guy the champ, even without running the logical analysis system. I mean, I think I might have to. I mean, even Craig, Craig might not know what energy is. But I think Craig might understand the concept of fairness versus unfairness, maybe. I mean, I don't know if he's demonstrated that, but I think he might, whereas Knowles apparently doesn't.
Because
You could
you're
divorce her.
paid. I could. I know I wouldn't, but I think anything you can do nowadays to make a guy feel better about it with the risks today, I think is fine. So I don't really.
Wouldn't that increase the chance that he could divorce you? Not that anyone ever would, but
Yeah, but men divorce for like good reasons, where women divorce for the dumbest reasons.
I don't think there's any good reason.
No, there's no good reason, but there.
So murdering your own child, not a good reason. You know, cutting off your spouse's arms and legs, not a good reason, according to Michael Knowles. He can't think of a single good reason. I mean, think about the level of scum that Michael Knowles is. Like, how evil do you have to be to not be able to think of a single reason to divorce your spouse? Like, literally, no matter what? We went over in the previous episode or two, you know, the Bible's clear allowance for divorce. But this scum thinks, I mean, murder, torture, you know, I mean, this is just weird. Like, he literally can't think of a single thing. This is bizarre.
More it's like abuse, infidelity, where women, it's like I wasn't happy anymore.
Yeah.
so you know, no, because I think if you're a good wife nowadays, it's rare.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it is.
you know, I think it's kind of the onus on me to make the marriage like.
But isn't it if you're not worried about him leaving you, and he
Yeah, I mean,
then
if it
shouldn't
happens,
you just
if
say
it
I will
happens,
never?
If it happens, it's an L. But
It's a big L. You would be.
It's an
handling
L.
the
I wouldn't
for
want
sure.
it.
But wouldn't it be, when you're getting married to future Mr. Pearl, you know, shouldn't you just say, hey, pal, I will never, under any circumstances, divorce you. So
Yeah.
help me God. Which is
Well-
actually the vow you
Well,
take.
there's so many women that.
Wait, he thinks that's the vow? It's in sickness and in health, not under any not if they intentionally, willfully kill your children or try to kill you or start chopping off your arms and legs or go off and start becoming a child serial killer. It's in sickness and in health. It's not for under any circumstances you remain together. Like, this guy doesn't even know the basic wedding vows? What? I mean, this is like several lengths of World Trade Center elevator shaft dropouts. I mean, how many super duper dingers does this guy have to commit for every? It's like I'm crowning him the Dunning-Kruger champ without even running the MINDSHOCK logical analysis system. I've never, like, he's dropped the floor out on his own goofery. Now he's dropping out elevator shaft, like these lengthy, you know, 100+ story elevator shafts out on his own goofery, and he's increased the frequency of doing so. He doesn't even know the marriage vow. I mean, why is he even talking on this subject? It's weird.
that say that and they don't mean it, and then they do
But you
something
do mean it.
completely. I do mean it, but I think, you know, part of growing up is being able to see another point of view and another perspective. And just because I mean it, you know, it doesn't. I'm not offended that he would want a prenup or he would want to
You
protect
should be
himself.
offended by that. You should be.
I don't think you should be. I think we should be trying.
I mean, I could read the full vows here. Obviously, there's some discrepancy, but in general, it's I name, take you, name, to be my wife or husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part, according to God's holy law. So, according to God's holy law, not according to anything in any circumstances. It's very specific here. And this is my solemn vow. And obviously, we went over all of the allowances for divorce in the Bible in the previous episode. You can check that out. So it's not under any circumstances for any reason there will be no divorce ever. I mean, Knowles, if he's not even on a children's English level, I mean, this is just, this is really, really tough.
You know, I think you should try to make men like more comfortable with it because, you know.
But I don't think giving men a greater option to divorce makes them more comfortable with marriage. I think it makes them less comfortable.
Wait, how is that a greater option? How is adding a backup parachute doesn't give you an increased chance of dying? It gives you an increased chance of surviving. I mean, again, there's the level of, I don't know if it's deception, mental illness, just pure mental retardation. I don't know what the issue is here. I mean, Knowles has officially stumped me.
Marriage.
Mhm.
I think the greater the opportunity to break it up, the worse it is for the institution.
So adding backup parachutes is worse for the institution of skydiving? Like, how so? How so? I mean, does he even believe what he's spewing here? Let's look at his face here. Does he even believe it? I don't know. I mean, the amount of mental illness we might be dealing with here, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but right now one party is rewarded where one's punished.
Yeah,
So
one party has a great opportunity to do it,
mhm.
and one party has much less of an opportunity. But I don't think that's ameliorated by growing the opportunity of the other party, right?
But it's not growing an opportunity. It's mitigating it's lessening the risk. So if again, all of this is false premise. He doesn't understand the basic definitions. I mean, he's operating with a mental level lower than even a 2-year-old here. I mean, there's really not much more we can analyze.
Wouldn't the better one be to just say, may I be struck down dead if I divorce you, pal, but we're in it together?
Yeah, but you can say that, but it doesn't make it.
I mean, wow. I mean, this is another elevator shaft. I mean, this is like this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, I don't know what to do here. I mean, this is like a Burj Khalifa elevator shaft dropout. I mean, where I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think Michael Knowles has possibly left me speechless here.
True. So I think,
Your word is your bond, isn't it?
Wow, he's going with word is bond, yo. That's where we're left. That's where Knowles is now. I mean, even in the playground, I mean, I guess it depends on the year, first grade. Like, at what year do children realize that when someone says word is bond, it doesn't always mean it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what year. There's always those sharp kids that are very skeptical, even from the very first person that ever says word is bond. They're still skeptical. But apparently word is bond, yo, is good enough for Michael Knowles. Well, that settles that. Why did they even have this discussion if word is bond?
I mean, that's what they say, but
But yours is.
just
Or not.
because just because I would not leave and I would not divorce, I understand how many women have said that before and done the opposite thing. And while, it's not my fault, I think it's fair to make men feel more comfortable with it. So I don't need the government to why do I need the government?
Because we
to-
live in society.
What? This statist scum has only because we live. Why do we need the government? Because we live under a government. Like, the circular reasoning here is completely off the charts. I mean, this guy truly doing the devil's work here.
But I don't think I need the government to confirm something that's between me, him, and God, and
But
the
it's not
community
just
and the
between
and
you,
the
him, and God.
community that I'm in.
It's well, and the community.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah, the state is not a community. It's not your fellow villagers, your fellow man. That's all helping you. I mean, this is crazy.
the politics.
Wait, what? Okay, he just dropped out another Burj Khalifa elevator shaft. The politics is the community? What? I've never seen this level of goofery before. Okay, I don't know how many people are still claiming that he's not the Dunning-Kruger champ. I mean, this is wild. Pinto Sack here. Bruce, did your friend who came up with the school equals prison analogy end up getting married? Wonder if he equated that to prison as well. You know what? I haven't been in touch with him for many, many years. I don't know, actually. I don't know whatever happened to that guy. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I could ask around maybe, but I don't know. I don't know if I know anybody who's still in touch with him either. But yeah, I mean, these Burj Khalifa elevator shaft dropouts, I mean, these are crazy. I mean, these are absolute, like, is it possible he's not the Dunning-Kruger champ now? Because I was suspecting he might be around part 3, part 4. Part 5, part 6, he's a serious contender. Now, I think I'm going to have to call it. I've never seen anyone argue this badly on any subject. The level of goofery and then the dropouts on the goofery. I mean, I've just never seen anything like this.
That's just another word. for politics.
That's just another. He thinks community is another word for politics. So, I mean, in Zomia, they haven't even had any government for thousands of years. They get married, they have kids. There's no need for mercenaries to steal money from them and kill them while calling themselves government. Like, this clueless goof doesn't know the difference between your fellow villagers and mercenaries robbing and killing you. I mean, wow.
I don't think the government really should be in marriage. I think that's something that should be in the church.
What is the government?
I don't.
Wow. So Michael Knowles doesn't even know what the government is. So he's asking, what is the government? Wow. He just, I mean, is there anybody in the chat right now who's not willing to crown him the Dunning-Kruger champ? He doesn't know any of these words. Dave Scott says Mr. Jazz Hands has bigger dropouts, but Sartain is more Dunning-Kruger. Well, okay. If we're going to split hairs over whether or not deception should count level of fallaciousness, because Sartain might be dumber on paper and less intentionally deceptive, but Knowles' fallacies and extremity of fallacy, even if deceptive and even if he truly has the level of intelligence to understand the fallaciousness, we still have to count them, right? You know, if we're doing a body count, you know, accidental versus intentional, I mean, if we're simply counting the bodies, you know, we might have to crown him the champ.
What is the government?
Yeah. You're talking about the government like it's some foreign thing. What is the government? We're just talking about the political.
Well,
organs, the
I
community.
don't think the government should be the legal enforcement arm for children.
What else operates the law?
Wow. So this goof doesn't even understand the concept of falsification is independent of replacement. He went to what else could it? What? This is absolute insanity. Does this guy not even know the basic definitions of government, free market, statism, fascism? I mean, this guy doesn't know anything. Like, I'm actually shocked that I actually thought he was intelligent. I mean, this is wild. I mean, maybe he still is, and this is all a deceptive act, and he's just doing the devil's work here as a charlatan. But either way, this is, I mean, I'm crowning him the champ. I mean, you know, call me crazy. This guy's the champ.
Than the government.
Mhm.
By definition, the government is what operates the law.
The government is what operates the law by definition? Govern means to control. Ment is the root from mentalist, the mind. Mind control. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, I really don't want to get into another hour of getting into the Constitution because it's going to be, I mean, this guy probably doesn't even know what the Constitution is. He probably doesn't understand how rights work. I mean, just based on what he said. You know? I mean, this is crazy.
And passes the law and
for
enforces
me
it.
personally, Michael, I would be okay with a prenup. I would not be offended. I would not be offended by a DNA test. I think that's fine. So.
All right. Well, listen, I hope you find a good man who, based on that, but I think you'll find a better man if you say I won't sign a prenup.
What? What? Based on what? And how much are Knowles' thoughts even worth here based on this performance on this subject?
I think I'll find a dumber man, but
Yeah, Christopher Allen, we're pretty much wrapping up here. I think I'm going to have to crown Michael Knowles the Dunning-Kruger champ. I mean, I'll still run the logical analysis system so we can get the exact metrics. But this performance is probably the worst performance I've ever seen in any debate on any subject. I mean, it's actually, and look at that feminine laugh. I mean, this is just weird. But you know what's crazy? I really thought it would be a flat earth debate that would have the worst performance ever. The fact that Michael Knowles was able to put in a worse performance in a non-flat earth debate, I mean, this is kind of crazy in and of itself. Yeah, that was a good zinger, yeah.
Because that is dumb. Let me know in 10 years if the
And he didn't even have a rebuttal to that.
marriage rates go up with this strategy.
Well, look, they won't go up if people keep being big libs, but that's why I'm a little concerned that even people who rightly diagnose the problems with marriage are coming up with solutions that will not help in the end.
But at least they know the basic definitions, unlike Michael Knowles.
Well,
namely men being selfish.
So it's selfish if you don't want to quit your 9 to 5 and go to the casino. I mean, this is kind of weird.
I think that's kind of a mischaracterization of the way I would put it.
That is the most polite response someone could possibly give. Wow. That is the most polite response that I can think of to what Knowles just said.
I don't think protecting yourself is selfish.
Or men, sort of walking away, as you put it earlier.
I did not say that every guy should do that, so I don't know why you keep trying to say I said that.
Suggested it would be a good strategy.
No, I said
You
that.
explicitly
I
said
said that. I said that some men will. So
No, you literally said it's a good strategy to do that.
She is so fed up with his goofery here because his straw manning and false premises. She didn't say that. She did say it might be a good strategy to boycott something if it's bad. So if somebody keeps stealing your money, it might be a good idea to boycott whoever's stealing your money. If someone's keeping you from, if there's something, if there's some place that doesn't allow you to see your children in that particular place, maybe boycotting that particular place is a good idea.
and I didn't say they should do it. So I don't know what we're.
So the phrase "it is a good strategy to" and "one should" are semantically identical.
Okay.
They mean exactly the same thing.
It is an option.
I mean, he's still spamming those red herring and non sequitur fallacies.
It is an option, but that's not. We all agree it's an option. We're just asking what's best to do.
No, I don't. Again, I don't try to say what's.
But you accidentally did.
That's.
I believe he did. Yeah, let's. 100% of the people who voted said that Knowles is a sodomite. Yes.
I try not to say what's best.
Why
I try to.
Why not? You're a smart girl, Pearl. Why don't you tell us what you think?
She's a smart girl, smart enough to decimate him. She's a lot smarter than him, at least on this subject. I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
Well, because again, I think it's about what is and what the reality of the world is. And I, again, until you lower the risk for men and raise the reward, you're not going to see traditionalism return in any capacity. So.
Okay, well, we'll see. Because I guess
we'll see. If more people keep playing Russian roulette, the body count's not going to go down. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Man, I have to crown Knowles the champ. I have to. I mean, this is crazy.
my
This guy's stuttering and sputtering like this is just insane.
way that I would impel people to engage in more traditional and I think lifestyles that are more conducive to their flourishing is just to tell them
Lifestyles more conducive to their flourishing? What exactly is he talking about? Are these dog whistles for sodomy? Lifestyles conducive to their flourishing. I mean, this guy's like a master of just saying nothing with big words.
to do it and encourage them to do it. And when they do the thing, when they do the rational activity in accordance with
He simultaneously uses all these large syllable words, and then he follows up with "do the thing." I mean, again, I have to go back to my split personality theory. He's like oscillating between a smart guy being deceptive, doing the devil's work, and an actually mentally disabled personality.
virtue, that will lead to their happiness. So I think, sort of by definition, that will help. But I guess the other thing we could do is disengage, sit on our hands, and
No,
watch Rome burn.
I think we could come together and, make the laws more fair.
Another false dichotomy and straw man stack for him, because that's not what she was saying at all.
For men.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the solution that we would agree on.
It's part of it.
Okay.
But don't sit on
That's
your hands for
number
the rest
one.
of the time.
Well, that's not what she said. And so he agreed with her here. He just went contrarian on top of contrarian on top of contrarian.
Number one.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And in the meantime, people will make their own decisions.
Okay.
Pearl, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for having
Pleasure
me.
to chat with you.
I'd be scared to touch his hand. But yeah, wow, we finished. We finally finished this analysis. Oh man. Wow. Wow. We need some more cheering here for getting through this. Okay. All right. Wow. Jess Palmer, you just missed possibly the crowning of the new Dunning-Kruger champ. I mean, this guy's goofery dropouts and frequency in rapid succession. I mean, I think he upstaged even Craig and Sartain. I really do. I really do. I mean, this was quite the mental task to break down the level of goofery that is Michael Knowles' possibly the worst performance in any debate on any subject. So, Dave Scott maintains Sartain as champ. Well, let me do the retroactive logical analysis so we can actually get the metrics on Knowles' goofery. So we can get the exact numbers. And I believe we do need to introduce the super duper dinger just for Knowles. I think he committed 3 or 4. I mean, wow. I mean, this government bootlicker. I mean, this statist doing the devil's work here with his deception. Quite disgusting to watch. But yeah, the next logical analysis is definitely going to be a flat earth one. And it's definitely not going to involve Michael Knowles. There's only so much of this goof I can handle. I might have met my quota for life on Michael Knowles. But anyway, hope everybody found another edition of the MindShock podcast interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.